And hello everybody, how are you doing? Welcome in, welcome in! Who do we have? Hey Flame, hey Nemo, hey Cass! Happy Sunday! How is your weekend so far? All you lovely people? Oh, I'm vibing so much with the music. I love the music in this game. I've experimented a little bit more with the microphone. I think the sound should be better than last time. I did a few adjustments. I followed what Nemo sent me. Thank you very much once again, Nemo. It helped a lot. And yeah, after a bit of experimentation, I think this sound should be even better. Hey Hebe, how are you doing? Happy Sunday. How is your weekend? Mother of bunnies. Hormones are really fucking you over today? Oh no, I'm sorry. I hope it gets better. It doesn't last too long. I mean, that's the kind of thing that unfortunately isn't gonna go away, but at least not anytime soon. But the weekend has been good. Lots of nice food. Oh, nice. Fries on Friday. Yeah, of course. All you can eat dumplings on Saturday. Oh. Phoebe has decided to make me hungry today. That's not very nice. Just kidding. Your weekend has been full of phone calls with your mom trying to help her figure out her new phone. Well, at the very least, she found out how to call, it seems. That's already a good first step for a phone. Although nowadays it's not their main functionality anymore. I think my mother has completely forgot that there's a phone option on her phone. She basically just uses WhatsApp. She only does video calls. It will be fine. The sad angry just comes in waves. Ah, yeah. You're making chicken with a nice curry sauce at the moment. If I want some, oh yes please. That would be lovely. I've already had lunch a while ago, but I could absolutely murder a chicken with curry sauce or two. No problem. That sounds delicious. Yeah, tech can be complicated. My current phone, so it's a funny story, my current phone. I was having issues with my previous phone. And I knew I would have to change it soon. And when I started having like actual issues with the phone, I was like, okay, this phone might be dying like very soon. It's starting to have suspicious behavior, and I don't have time to change it because I was like, the next week I was going away in vacation with friends for a few weeks, well, for like 10 days, something like that. And right afterwards, I actually shortened my vacation with my friends. I had to leave before the end because I had to be in Italy for a conference right afterward. And so I was like, okay, this is concerning. And I was at my parents at the time, and they were like, well, if you want, we might have an old phone lying around. It doesn't work very well, but maybe you can take it in case your phone dies, and at least you have a substitute, you know. So I was like, okay, let's do that. I take this phone with me, and if my phone dies, I have an emergency replacement. Which it did. Spoiler alert, it did. During the vacations with my friends, my phone completely died. And so I spent basically like half a day like transferring everything to the other phone. And it turns out it worked great. I don't know what issues my dad was having with his old phone, but it turns out I'm not having these issues. It works absolutely perfect. So I'm like, well, I guess I keep it then. But yeah, that's a huge win. And it fits my needs very well. It does amazing photos. Really, really good phone. That absolutely fits my needs, so why would I change it, right? But yeah, it took me a good few weeks before I had everything set up in a way that made sense with relation to like getting back to the level of capability I had on my previous phone in terms of what apps I had, based on what I use, having all the accounts linked, I had the hardest time, I think, transferring WhatsApp stuff to the new phone. Like, all this stuff takes a lot of time, and sometimes it's confusing, it doesn't work very well, sometimes you have to repeat the thing like 10 times in a row, because somehow it fails in the middle. It's a mess. Mild yellow curry, bell pepper, carrots, a green apple, lots of onions. Ooh. Yeah, that sounds nice. I was the other day at the store. I looked into like getting stuff to do curry. I didn't find like curry paste or anything. I might have to go to a bigger supermarket to be able to find this kind of stuff. It's a bit annoying. I'd like to play a bit more with that kind of things, I think. I like curry. I've never made it. I'd like to like find a recipe and try to do some. That might be nice. And yeah, we're back on the Alabaster today. Hello everybody. Wave, 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 wave. back on the alabaster. Yeah, come on. What do you think of the sound? Do I sound better than last time? Do I sound better than like previously, basically? Because last time I was basically working the same sound adjustment than my previous microphones, so I sounded fairly similar, I think, except like the fact that it handles a lot better like the P's and the S's and this kind of stuff, but I have changed the equalization, stuff like that. I think I should sound like brighter, less echoes, this kind of stuff. So let me know what you think, if you like it or not. It's been a while since you probably sat down and hung around here, so you can't really compare very well, but I sound great right now at least. Well, at least that's good already. If you're not like, this sounds kinda meh, this is already great news. It means I'm probably doing something right. So yeah, what do we have? So we are on the 3rd floor in the med bay. Last stream we found Sable Scholar, which to me suggests that whatever disappeared, the members of the crew, probably disappeared Sable and the kittens as well, which is very sad. I mean, the story is very sad, all things considered already. But like, even if like there was something on the structure that supposed that the humans were aggressive, like there's no need to attack the cat. The cats did nothing. Although I guess without the humans to take care of them in the ship, that might not end well for the cat either way. Right, they don't have... I mean, I guess they have some vegetation, but cats are not herbivores, so that's a problem for them. What did we have here? So, yes. So on the 1st floor we still have this room to manage to open that I haven't understood yet what to do. On the 2nd floor we have basically one environmental puzzle left, which is the one with the playing cards. I might have an idea for that. You think it sounds better this stream? You went back and checked a bit of last stream's VOD? That's good. That's good. Yeah, I'm going to keep maybe poking around stuff and seeing if I can improve it little by little. I did a bunch of like recording myself, modifying the settings, recording myself again, sending like audio samples to a few people, being like, hey, here's a bunch of audio samples where I'm saying the same thing but with different settings. What sounds better? To see if I had improved things or not. Because it's hard. It's hard because, like, you do something, you're like, yeah, I think this is better. And the next day you re-listen to it and you're like, no, actually that sounds terrible. What you do, make a recording of yourself without any filters on, then open it in OBS as a media file, loop it, and then apply filters. to that until it sounds how you want. Yeah, that's exactly what I did. That's exactly what I did. But it does, like when you re-record that, I think because it has gone through the compression twice or something like that, it does introduce some artifacts. So then it's good afterwards to be like, okay, I have done this to adjust things, but let's like actually capture myself through the mic, record stuff, and like activate the filters, deactivate them, activate the old one, activate the new ones, deactivate everything, and compare, right? In the way it's gonna happen on stream. That's kind of what I did as a second step, you know, and then looped from there. Also, it allows you to like reopen this file like the next day and be like, okay, know that I'm not like in the thing, let's give it another listen and see if I still agree with myself yesterday, no? Or like, yeah, send it to other people, take other people's opinions. It helps. I always have a lot of trouble judging stuff I did. That's something that I find incredibly difficult, to judge your own work. Like, you know what you did, and you have this assumption that it's better, that you improve things, and you have a bias basically, and yeah, that's why I like to like have other people proofread stuff or check stuff, is they don't have a bias towards what you did. They don't have an a priori opinion or whatever. They can give you something that's not based on the bias. You know for a fact that whatever they tell you is not based on the bias. No, they might have other bias, of course, but if you trust them enough to ask their opinion, it probably means that you trust their pre-existing bias to not be a bad one. You value their opinion, right? So yeah, I think we're going to try the second floor a little. Just take another look at these cards. I might have an idea or two. We'll see. And then the main thing we're going to do today is look at all these anchors on the third floor. We have a bunch. Oh, also, I noticed something. Do I have... Let me see. Do I have a capture for... for Steam overlay? Maybe not, actually. Let's see, how do I do that? So there's an achievement in... I looked at Filament's achievements, and there is one which looks incredibly suspicious. Let's do that. Let's save that. Not here. Sorry. Scatterbrain. Sus achievement, that's a good file name. Here we go. Yeah, look at that. Isn't that a sus achievement? If you've ever seen one. So I do wonder. Let's see. Let's try it, right? We have the hexadecimal code. So what is it? 1? 4? Then I need to go like this. 2? 3? 7. Where is 7? Right above 3. B. Right here. And 6. Yeah, that definitely looks like a code, right? I'm not dreaming. 5, 0. 9E. 9E, okay. No, that's A. 9 is right here. And E would be there. Then A, okay. F, you don't need to look up where it is. D8C. D8C. Okay. Yep. Oh. Entirely redacted this one, even the subject. Interesting. Ooh. What is that? Some kind of yin-yang symbol? Huh. Oh, a planet, yeah. Yeah, no, you're right, that's a planet. Absolutely. This is sus as hell. Huh. Hey Infinity, how are you doing? By the way. Okay. Interesting. And wait a minute. Can we possibly do it in reverse? Starting with C? Nah, that's not gonna work, is it? Okay, so we have that. I don't think we had archives. Oh, yes, we do have archives, actually. Canary week 5. Well, I guess let's read at Canary week 5. Huh, I missed that. Well, let's explore the lore a little bit then. Orbital decay. Hi guys, once again this morning the alabaster found itself, so from Juniper, the alabaster found itself leaning into a decaying orbit. This has happened several times now, since the first incident. Just as before, the telemetry and navigation logs list no change. I've manually corrected our course once again, but it's beginning to get tiresome. We haven't been able to pinpoint a cause any of the previous times we were in this situation. Any bright ideas on what to do about this? I was thinking, maybe Aubergine could set up some sort of macro just to automatically correct the orbit every so often? Is that crazy? Aubergine. This certainly sounds doable. I'll pop by in a bit and we can talk it out. Canary, now, I'm going to go ahead and seek advice from Mission Control on this one. We should once again run through the standard maintenance procedures associated with issues like this, but I imagine with last time that it likely won't expose the problem. I have neither experienced nor heard of this happening before. Juniper, it's not that much of a nuisance to keep correcting. Do we really have to tell Mission Control about this? I'm sure we can handle it ourselves. Canary, this isn't a joke, Juniper. I'm not risking people's lives. The captain is our first port of call for issues this severe from now on. Hey Cody, how are you doing? Ooh, snuggles and cookies in chats. Nice. Nibbles on cookies. Yes, yes. Nibble away, nibble away. From Canary to Swan. Persistent orbital decay. Captain, I'm writing to inform you of an issue that has been persisting, albeit infrequently, for some time now. For several weeks, the alabaster has been occasionally slipping into a decaying orbit. While the issue is fairly easy to correct in the short term, the long-term reality is that at any point we could unknowingly be rerouted onto a collision course with Arnold. Maintenance checks and OS checks have yielded no answer. Could you please advise on how to proceed? Swan. Canary. Thank you for making me aware of this, of course. Send over your telemetry and navigational logs, as well as any other data pertaining to the routine of the ship, and I'll have it reviewed here at HQ. As for now, continue correct your course as necessary. Regards. A Games Night. From Juniper. Guys, this isn't a joke! It's Games Night tonight! I'm not risking any of you not turning up. Games Night should be our first port of call for Saturdays from now on. Juniper. From Vermilion. Morning, Canary. Juniper has expressed to me that she would like to clear the air with you over lunch. Can I count on you to be there for that? Canary. Vermilion. Is this really necessary? I'm extremely busy with my research at the present time. Vermilion. Yes, I think it would be for the best. Canary. Very well. Orbital decay update from Swan. Good morning. I have an update for you regarding the issue you inquired about earlier this week. I have some good news and some bad news. The bad news is that your ship's occasional diversions from its charted course is an inherent internal defect specific to that model. There is very little that can be done about it in your current position. The good news is that whilst it might be annoying to correct, Philcourt doesn't class this issue as severe enough to impact your mission in any way. I advise that you continue to correct the issue as and when it arises. On top of this, HQ has requested that you keep a comprehensive list of instances of these issues. which you should mail to myself on a weekly basis henceforth. Canary. Captain, thank you for getting to the bottom of this. I inform the rest of the crew of your findings and ensure that regular logs are kept. Regards. Canary to everybody. Hello all, I received news from the captain yesterday regarding the orbital decay. She has informed me that the issue stems from an inherent technical defect that is known to occur on this model of ship, and that in our current position, it's not feasible to repair. Her advice was to continue dealing with the issue as best as we can, whilst also keeping a comprehensive log of each individual incident. Marmalade. Hey, that's good, I suppose. At least it's nothing imminently dangerous. Do you think you could maybe ask the captain for some more information on this inherent defect? After all, we have a great deal of very smart people on board this ship. I, for one, would certainly like to assess the feasibility of the repair myself. Do we have Canary's answer? Yes, we do. Canary, I can certainly ask. From Canary to Vermilion. Can we have a chat? Hi Vermilion. I've been feeling pretty stressed recently, especially with the up and coming probe launch. I feel like there is a lot of pressure on me, mostly self-induced. This is somewhat uncharted territory for me, but I know you referred to, for the lack of a better word, counsel any crew members who wanted it? Could we have a session? Vermilion, hi Canary. Of course, I'm always happy to offer an ear to listen. Why don't you pop by this afternoon and we can chat? I haven't got a huge amount else to do, so we can take as long as you want. It should go without saying, but just to reassure you, no other crew members will hear about this. Canary. Thanks, Vermilion. So that's pretty much what Canary was up to during week 5. I guess the only new thing we have from this, like even the chat with Vermilion, we already had Vermilion's perspective. So the only new thing was the interaction with Swan that we hadn't seen. And I guess the crew log for Canary Entry 5, where she might be giving more personal perspective. We have once again found ourselves in a decaying orbit. The cause of this remains a mystery. I'm going to have to contact the captain about it. If there is something fundamentally wrong with the Alabaster's navigational systems, it would be foolish to do otherwise. That said, I am reluctant to. There could be repercussions if this issue is revealed to be, as I suspect it might, Juniper's fault. For now, we've readjusted again so that we're no longer slipping into a lower orbit. And that's the other side of that thing. We already know, we've already seen Juniper's logs where she was saying that she didn't want, or maybe it wasn't her logs, maybe it was her conversations with Marmalade or somebody else. But yeah, she didn't want Canary to talk to the captain about this because she was worried it might be her fault. Grill the streamer! Grill all of chat! No, no grilling! Oh no! Hey Guppy, how are you doing? Happy Sunday! How's your Sunday? Yeah, so Juniper was worried as well about this, and that's why she pushed back on informing the captain. And now we see that actually Canary was sharing that worry. Yeah, I think it was in an email, because when Canary answered, like told everybody that Swan had said it was a defect with the ship, Juniper had an exchange with, I think, Marmalade, where Marmalade was like, hey, you're off the hook. And Juniper was like, yeah, that's a relief, actually, I guess. Ooh, Guppy's greeting bunnies in chat now. But Guppy is greeting the spring bunnies. How are we gonna get our eggs? I guess in France we're fine. Even if Guppy grills the Easter Bunny, in France it's not the Easter Bunny. So we're fine. We get chocolate. You all don't. Ha 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 ha. What emote is that? Oh, Syrian's emote. It's very cute. Very cute bunny. Anyway, second entry. Smash Model Scrub remains an enigma. I fared better at indigestion, securing a win. I will emphasize that this is my game of preference in future games nights. The captain returned with an update on our navigational issues. It would seem that an inherent defect specific to our model of ship is to blame. It's unclear why this fault didn't provoke a recall of any kind. Although at no point did I accuse Juniper of negligence, this matter has caused friction between us. We spoke yesterday under Vermilion's supervision, but our relationship has remained tense. I feel as though I should approach her and apologize in the light of this new information. Oh, we didn't know that... We didn't know that Canary apologized. Interesting. As it stands, we're just over a week out from probe launch. The unit is assembled now. We just have 5 days of stress testing, followed by a day of running through our launch procedures. I feel as though I'm being stress tested. NO3 10 parts per million, NO2 0 parts per million, NA3 0 parts per million. What was that about not Easter Bunny chocolate? You don't have chocolate bunnies? We do have chocolate bunnies, but traditionally in France, it's not the Easter Bunny that's supposed to hide the eggs. It is bells, actually. Oh, a stretch! It's not make the streamer stretch, but strap the streamer to a stretch bench and stretch him! Stretch and hydrate. Yeah, it's like the bells, you know, from church towers, like the church bells, that fly around and drop the eggs, supposedly, and hydrate. So, I mean, because the imagery of the Easter Bunny is kind of everywhere anyway, nowadays we have, like, you find chocolate bunnies in the bakeries and stuff like that, but like the French legend around that, I guess, is not the Easter Bunny, it's the Easter bells. Same as like we don't have a tooth fairy in France. In France we have a mouse. It's a little mouse that deals with the tooth. So that's why I don't remember which movie it was. There was a Disney movie a few years ago about what was it? It had the tooth fairy in it, and like in it specifically, they were like, oh yeah, and we have like the French branch, which is run by the tooth mouse. Like you had the hero talking with the Tooth Fairy and or something like that. The Tooth Fairy was like, yeah, and here's the French branch of our operations. And so that's why, because in France it's not a fairy, it's a mouse. That comes and like grabs the tooth from under your pillow and leaves a coin instead. Is that maybe a French Revolution thing? I have no idea. I don't think so. If anything, I guess the revolution would have gotten rid of, or tried to get rid of the imagery of the church bells for Easter. And also they would probably have tried to replace Easter celebration, which is intrinsically a religious celebration, with a more civilian one. If anything, because they were banning anything religious at the time, basically. So I don't think they would have like tried to instate a religious imagery instead of whatever was there before. So I don't exactly know where it comes from, why we have something so widely different from other countries around. I guess after World War II, I don't know exactly when these myths originate from, but I guess after World War II, France kept much more distant with the American influence, the cultural American influence, than the rest of Europe. And that might be why. That might be the reason why France, like, specifically went out of its way to try to shield a little bit French culture from external influences, because the American influence was so predominant everywhere in Europe. And France didn't want to become basically a vassal state. France wanted to keep a strong, independent stance in everything, militarily, culturally, etc. So it could be why, but I really don't know. The French taking job from fairies! Yeah. You thought town bells might be more secular than bunnies, but I mean, the town bells usually were in the churches, right? The city bells were in the churches. So, yeah. You don't really have bells in the town halls or anything. So let's see. Fish fry continue to do well. They are really lapping up the baby brine shrimp. Going after the shrimp. I'm going to have to increase the capacity of the hatchery. Rotterdam hotel has been booked. Oh, nice. You're preparing for TwitchCon? Alright, what else do we have? Maybe Canary never apologized actually to Juniper. Maybe she just considered it but never did, because afterwards was the failed probe launch, and I guess that might have strained further their relationship. And maybe Canary gave up on the idea of apologizing to Juniper at that time. That's a very real possibility. But at least we know that she considered it. So that's important. Okay, so that's all the archives we have. What do we have in terms of cards? Have we done everything? I'm not sure. So we haven't done the ID cards, but we don't have all of them. This one we had done, I think. Yeah, piano keys we had done. Surprise we had done. Nucleus, optics, yes. Coffee, that's yes. This one we haven't done. Any idea for this one? On the top, it could be written FED1. Maybe we have to take the negative on the bottom? I'm not sure. If we suppose that it's like the same grid basically, maybe we mirror it. Like if we fold the card back up, maybe? I don't know, because at the same time... At the same time, we also have... dots on the end part of the bottom. What if you translate the dots to octal numbers? How would you do that? Hey Pijo, how are you doing? Oh wait, I missed a bunch of chats. More than I thought. It's a Friday! Yeah, let's fry the fry. Fried fry for nums. Ish, you haven't got the TwitchCon tickets, but you were hoping to meet people outside. Yeah, that's kind of what Hebe did a few years ago when I went to TwitchCon as well. We met Hebe outside, we had a fun time. I don't think it's necessary to have TwitchCon tickets, honestly. Unless you intend to attend some of the events, like some panels or something like that. Most of the stuff is completely unnecessary. The main interest of TwitchCon, in my opinion, is just meeting people, and you can do that just as well outside of the venue. If not better outside of the venue, because inside the venue it's so freaking loud. It's incredibly loud inside of TwitchCon. I think I've already talked about it, but like, it's the only time in my life where I was so overstimulated that I had to go out. At some point my brain went completely like... There's a point inside the venue. At some point I decided, oh, I want to like go see like the artist booth, because they have a whole thing with artist booths, etc. And I had barely been inside at that point. And so I decided to like get away from the group and like take a trip inside and do a tour of the artist booth. And yeah, like the second half of this, I cannot remember. because I was in such a state of overstimulation that it was complete brain fog. After that, I went and I isolated myself for like an hour to like recuperate from that. I was supposed to rejoin everybody and I told them, yeah, I'm gonna have to take a break. because like you have flashing lights, you have super loud music, you can barely hear yourself think inside there. And I don't know how the people who are there all day do it. I really don't. It's unbearable. So yeah, outside, I mean, I guess the drawback of not having a ticket is that when people head inside, when the rest of the group heads inside, you can't go with them. If there is something that as a group, like for example in Paris there was a drag show and we were like, yeah, let's go watch the drag show, yeah, right? It turns out at this point Hebe had left, I think. So it wasn't such a problem for her, but had she still been there, it would have meant that for a few hours she would have basically been left alone. So that can be a drawback. But yeah, other than that, you really don't need the ticket. It's expensive and you can 200% meet people outside in much better conditions than inside. So aside from these few activities that you might be doing inside, if you have no intention of doing anything inside, my advice would be just don't take the ticket. Some cities here have had civil bell towers, but rarely anymore. I think they're super common in the Netherlands and Belgium in a specific type of tower architecture, but I don't remember the name. Yeah, I mean, there are definitely places where you find them. I think it's very uncommon in France. I don't, like, off the top of my head, I can't mention any city where I know of a bell tower, like city bell tower. Yeah, I don't think I know of any. I guess there could have been in Paris, but not that I know of. Yeah, so what if we translate the dots to octal numbers? How would we do that? I'm not sure how we do that. There are 3 dots per group after all. Oh, so you mean, oh I see. So you mean like each line you would say that's an octal number? That would be a lot of numbers. I think here on the bottom you can like go assuming that you have the same geometry at the bottom than at the top, you know? But that instead of having black dots on the white background, you have white dots on the black background. And maybe try to assemble them or like see what the black pattern would be. That would be my assumption here. Hey Mark, how are you doing? He missed it! Quick, hide the evidence! What did I miss? What did I miss? Chat? Guppy's being sus again. Oh no, Guppy's grinning Mark. A stretch! Oh, yes! Oh, another stretch. Thank you for the stretch. Ah, I'm melting! You're not grilling, you're melting? Interesting. What is Mark made of? it was fun the time you did go, but you had the most fun outside, so that's good enough for me. Yeah, I agree with that. That was very much the same for me. Like, it was fun going inside, but I would absolutely consider going and not going inside. How was sushi? Have you had sushi, Cody? A lurking Kaz, yeah, Kaz is always lurking. You have tiny bells on top of your city hall that are basically Glockenspiel. That plays a tune a few times a day. This is somewhat common in Germany. Okay, yeah, I can see that. I've seen that in the US as well. I've seen that. I will never find out. Oh no. Thanks for the huge emote, Guppy. That's an emote and a half. I love it. Though I don't know how they got it through moderation. Like, that's a naked character. You thought today was one of Cody's sushi days. Or was that yesterday? Oh yeah, you have a cold, so no sushi. Oh no! Guppy's magnified emote is sushi, hence Cody's question, you think? No, Mark was asking Cody how was sushi. Ah, you had sushi takeaway on Thursday and Friday. I thought you wouldn't go a week without sushi, right? Cody without sushi? That doesn't happen. Oh no, I can see what that emote is. Another giant sushi emote. Thanks for the giant emote, Guppy. This one is a little bit more tame. It's closer to like stick character. Like, you don't see the character's butt crack at least. We are all naked. And going to the restaurant tomorrow for free sushi. Oh, nice. Butt crack. Yes, the butt crack. Thanks for the giant duck. Birthday benefits. Ooh, nice. Sounds like a fun time. Actually, I need to plan my birthday. I will travel to Paris to go see friends for my birthday. But I need to like actually plan the stuff. Otherwise, it won't happen by itself. It's mid-April, my birthday, so it's about time I plan it.
Thank you for the follow.
Hey, thanks for the follow. Oh, by the way, follows are no anonymous. I decided to make them anonymous. I know that some people are can be a bit embarrassed by being called out, or if they want to lurk. So yeah, follows are no anonymous. That removes this element of possible embarrassment. April, good birthday month? Yeah, it kind of is. You honestly can't discern the second emote, beside being some kind of taco? No, it's a sushi as well. I think the idea is that it's rice. The gray band on top is like the algae. That's tying the character to the rice. Like you see the stick legs that poke out. So like the blob on the top is the body of the character, but it's not as detailed. It's not as detailed, and like the second one I can see that going to moderation. The first one I'm surprised, honestly. But hey, I'm not against it. I think Twitch is often being a bit silly by moderating these things too harshly, and when people are just having fun with it, it's not a problem. It shouldn't be made into such a thing as it is. Like same, like you have the issue with VTubers that like might show a little bit too much skin on their entirely fictional character, and suddenly they get banned because oh, you could see their belly. Like, oh, come on. It's not even like the character was naked or anything. It's silly. Those are legs, yes. And the tentacles to the left and right. I guess either... I don't know this streamer, so either it's like Squid streamer. I don't know, Guppy. What are the tentacles? Is it part of the character, or is it just like a squid sushi? It's tomorrow, yeah. I think I wrote it down somewhere. I think I have Cody's birthday somewhere in my calendar. It's an octopus VTuber, yeah, I suspected. He's basically lying on his bike on the rice. Yep. Twitch is a US company. They may get media backlash if the media picks up on some detail. So you can understand their concern. I don't think it's because of the media backlash or like concerns about media backlash. I think it's more of a cultural thing. I think it's more like American society can be incredibly prude. Like we have plenty of examples of stuff like Facebook, like banning, like moderating pictures of like classical paintings and stuff like that because, oh, it shows a boob. Stuff like this. Which is completely silly, but that's very much in American culture. So I don't think it's because they're worried about media backlash. Honestly, like media people mostly, you would talk to them about Twitch, they don't even know what this is. Like, let's face it, people from our generation barely know what Twitch is. People who are 50 have absolutely no clue what Twitch is. 99% of them. Like you, of course, you have exceptions, right? But even in our generation, like probably a good 60% of people, if not more, don't even know the name Twitch. So I don't think it would make it into the media or anything like that. It's not well-known social media outside of our circle, I guess. All the squid emotes. Thank you, guy. All the giant squid emotes. They are cute. They are super cute, these emotes. I like them. I guess, yeah, it's an interesting style. It's not a common style. I think, like, the comfy one almost looks like it's been drawn on paper. Actually, he's an eldritch being, but Octopus is close enough. Yeah. Mop has a very interesting style in his art. Yeah. It's always nice to, like, being able to have a distinct style in your emote art. That's something I try to... I kind of want to have for my emotes as well. I totally agree, but you meant that if some media outlet, in particular TV, picks up on there being nudeness on Twitch, they might make a large story out of it, and that goes rampant. It's detrimental for them. I don't think media would make a large story out of it just because people don't know it. That's my point. Is like, for media to pick up on it, it needs to be something a lot of their audience cares about, right? And a lot of their audience doesn't care about Twitch. They don't even know it exists. They would even less know what's Twitch, what's on it. And so whether there's nudity or not, they wouldn't care. Sidetrack successful. I just caught up on chat. I'll have you know. It's a pleasure to watch him draw. Oh, he draws his own emotes? Oh, that's nice. Yeah, I'd love to be able to do that, but I just don't have the artistic talent to be able to draw my own emote. I'm nowhere near that. Not his own emotes lately, mostly just commissions of art for himself. But it's still nice. It's... yeah. I'm very jealous of people who can do art and can do art well enough that they can show it on stream. I mean, I guess I have my own set of skills that I could show on stream. I could do programming stuff, this kind of stuff. But I don't know, I find that less exciting to watch than art. The thing with art is, if you do an art stream, like, I may not be an artist, I may not understand, like, exactly what they do, what they try to do, or how they do it. I wouldn't be capable of doing it. But I can see the beauty in what's being produced. It's much harder for technical stuff. Because if you don't understand what's being done, it's hard to appreciate it. Unless it's something visual, like if you're building something, then yes. But if you're coding something, it's harder. I think it's much harder to appreciate it and to show it on stream. There have been mobs going against very niche topics that were previously basically unknown, but yeah, you can see what I mean. There's probably that kind of culture. Oh. Yeah. Inside. I think it's more the drive, it's an internal drive inside Twitch of, like, what should or shouldn't be on the platform. like for the users, for the user base. It's more this internal debate and this kind of cultural discussion that's being had of, hey, is having nudity on Twitch okay in certain contexts? Is having like lewd content even without being like porn, but sexualized content in a way, is it okay to have on the platform? And also possibly implications, because there are young audiences on the platform. If you start like, if you don't put any limit on that kind of stuff, then legally you would have to provide a way to not expose the younger audience to that, and that's in its own kind of beings. So I think they're just being like overly conservative on the topic, as a way to protect themselves from the risks associated with like not doing it enough. They prefer to do too much on this than not enough, probably. So yes, this. Yeah, so I think this. Let's see how to do this. Maybe I take a screenshot. Maybe. Let's see, let me not capture the entire two screens. And maybe we can try to work on the picture itself. Let's turn this into an art stream. Let's see, how do I capture that now? I guess I can capture the window. Right. Where is it? Okay, and then maybe... Oh, come on. Right. We do this. Yeah. Okay, so let's see here. Most companies are overcautious in that regard, you found? Yeah. Regarding dots to octal, you thought look at each dot as a bit, whether it's there or not, and add then 3 bits, 1 digit. But the vast majority of dot groups were fully present. It would just be 77777. Yeah, that's my concern as well. It's not like at some point... it's not like at some point it stops and then it starts being things that would be numbers. Like there would be definitely repeated things, and we know that the codes don't have repeated things. So I don't think that's it. It's not a bad idea, but I don't think that's it. What I think maybe... could it be? No, not like this. Maybe we cut it. Oh. As short as we can. There we go. Ah, interesting. We can't fully align them, I guess. That doesn't work very well. How would that work? Maybe we can say that's not... What if we run a line that's parallel to the edge of the card? Right? So maybe that's an N, I guess? Or a U? Right? Like if you look at the black dots here. No. Dang it. I don't want to select, I want another red line that does the same thing. But that doesn't really work. Dang it, it doesn't want to copy the line, I don't know why. Like if I take the edges here... Or an H. Oh, so you say... Yeah, that could be an H. What would this be? Would it be an H? I think the missing dot would be either on the top or the bottom, wouldn't it? If you look at the spacing between the lines, like this is more similar as a spacing to this. So I think the black dots that you would have, it would be something like that. Then maybe something like that. But then you would have another U. Well, that's... that doesn't work very well, does it? What if I try to invert the colors? Can I invert the colors in this? Not really. This software is very limited. Maybe I should have used a better software for image manipulation. Yeah, the top or bottom dots would all be missing then. That's true. Or maybe the dots... Okay, so that was another idea. Was, okay, maybe if you imagine we fold the card in half. Would some of the bottom dots cancel some of the top dots? And produce something? So like for example, these 4 dots could maybe cancel like these 4 dots, something like that. And that would leave an L. If these 2 dots cancelled, I don't know, these 2 dots, that would leave a U. But then I guess like this would do the exact same thing as this, right? Or maybe inverted. But it wouldn't really help. You try to look at them 90-degree rotated, but it doesn't make a discernible shape for you either, yeah. Can it be related to the number of dots? I don't really think so. Can I think I have GIMP installed. Yeah, let me open it in GIMP actually. Yeah, that's better. Then maybe I can change my capture. Come on. Ah, here we go. Which, of course, means I need to change... No, not this. Yay. This. Here we go. Regarding horizontal folding, maybe we could rotate a big black and white circle to be congruent. So rotate 1/2 by 180 degrees. Could be. So let's see, what if I duplicate this layer? And then maybe I can make it transparent. Boom, boom, boom. How do I add the transparency layer? That's the problem with GIMP, is that I don't know it very well. Opacity, here we go. If I put a 50% opacity on that, and then maybe I can transform. How do I do that? No, that's not it. Layer window, right click on it. Can I remember which room I found it in? You can't see it in the room once you collected it. Same. I don't remember which window it was in, but unfortunately, even then, I wouldn't be able to see it. No, but I'm sure we can do something. Okay, yeah, that's a good idea. First of all, we can maybe like transform everything. Transform. Oh, hey, I found how I can rotate stuff. But maybe I would like to first of all reshape it. Image. Oh my god. Maybe this? No. That's just the plain scaling stuff. Come on, Alistair. Yes, that's these are cards that we collected in the ship. All the collectibles basically are these cards. So you go explore and then you collect these and yeah. Oh. Right. But I want to select everything. And then I want to modify it. How do I do that? Tools. I'm sure it has something to do with the tools, doesn't it? Aha! I think... yes. So if I do that... the things become more... can I have a grid? Or something? Display grid. Yes, I can. In fact, have a grid. Hey, we're making progress, chat. We're learning GIMP live on stream. I hope this was the exciting content you were looking for. That sounds about right. For the bottom. And then I have to straighten the top. Learning? Oh no. We don't come on Twitch to learn stuff. What are you doing, streamer? So it doesn't necessarily have to do with the planet ASCII art? No, not necessarily. But that's why I thought of Yin Yang. There are a few references to Yin Yang in the thing. So that's why when I saw this RC art, I was like, is that a yin yang? Not sure I agreed to learning on a Sunday. Any day you learn something is a good day. Alright, let's do this transform. Right, what do I do now? There is no selection to move, right? Ah, here we go. Okay, so now if I remove this, now I have my like flat card. Now I can duplicate this. And this duplicated card, I can have like 50% opacity, for example. Then we can transform. We can rotate it, for example, and then maybe move it. Select everything. Why can't I see anything? Okay. So I have a selection. Maybe I can do it directly on the layer. So I can do a rotation. Yes, that I can do. Is the translucent layer below the original? No, I think we're good. I think it's above. No, I need to figure out how to move the layer. Does this work? No. Move. But I'm just moving like... No. I'm moving the selection area, I'm not moving... How do I move the layer itself? I guess is the question. You think you see the solution? Oh. Feel free to give a suggestion. Oh, come on. So I select everything, right? And then I can... Oh, here we go. Then I can move it. Something like that. Ooh. Yes. Yes. I need to invert the colors. Hey. Two, 6, 9, 8, FED1. I think that's a win. Oh no, that was not the right thing. I have too many things that want to move. Help. Ah, here we go. Oh, dang it. This needs to go above my webcam. Okay, fine. I put it above my webcam. There we go. And then... Ah! That's a problem. Will that work? Of course not. Why would it work? Dang it. I guess I need to just save the image. Like, export. Twitch filament. And that's gonna be yin yang. Not books, I typed yin yang. Sure. Okay, did this work? Yes, it did. And then I can put that into OBS. Double yin yang. And I can hide this. Okay. That's basically what we were trying, but you weren't quite there yet. Now you wonder what their intended way to solve the puzzle is. They don't really expect players to transform a screenshot to align the card horizontally vertically, do they? I think they do. Yeah, it's an optional puzzle. The game can be finished without doing all these like collectible environmental puzzles. Like there's another one in the Discord. I can also show it on screen. This one. That's a card we found in the game. I have a picture you can download if you want in the Filament channel in the Discord. This is a cipher. This is something that is going to give us a solution to one of these things. And it's very much not accessible to anybody. Did we find out what the solution was? Well, I worked it out. Like, this is a puzzle like last time, the first time I played. This is like the puzzle that really like marked me. I had a ton of fun solving it. So I remember it very well. We haven't done it on stream yet. because I remember how to solve it. I'm just leaving time for people of the community. If any of you want to try to solve it, to try to come with your solution, or if you want to like discuss it together, that's why I've made this channel in the Discord. So that you can get in there and if you want to take a look at it. And I've played, yeah, I haven't finished the game before. We're pretty much at the point, we're past the point where I stopped, I think. Although it's non-linear, right? You can do stuff in any order. We have definitely done stuff that I have never done before. We have found like story elements I have never found before. But this is something I had done and I very much remember. So yeah, I'm waiting for people to. We collected the card last stream, so on Thursday, and I'm waiting for people to have a bit of time, if you're interested, to try to tackle the problem and before I go on stream and we solve it together on stream. I don't want to, like... You're not smart enough for that puzzle? It's not a question of being smart at all. It's a question of knowing the techniques that can help you solve it. And honestly, when I solved it the first time, I learned stuff because I had no clue how to do this. So I went on the internet, I tried to look for techniques to do this kind of stuff. And basically, my initial assumption when I look at this is some kind of alphabet, right? This is some kind of text written in an unknown alphabet. So the first thing you need to do to tackle that is, first of all, transcript it in a way where you can actually manipulate it, try to do stuff with it. So, like, take a look at the card, assign a number, a letter, anything to each different symbol, and like identify which symbol is identical to another. And so that's this process that we're going to go through. And then once you have that, you can start trying to assign letters and to find out if you manage to find things. Of course, just going at random, yeah, you need a representation that you can work with, basically. Of course, if you just do it at random, like having assigned a letter and starting to try to do permutations of it, it's gonna be very difficult. So there are tools that you can use, and I guess we will also where was it? Was it this one? No, that's the watch. That's the books. I guess I don't have it in there. But yeah, there is another one I put in the Discord, where like we have found this magazine earlier. Here we go. So we have found a magazine where we had something like that. And it's basically the same process. I look at this and I'm like, And that's one I had never like looked at during my first playthrough, but I look at this, I'm like, okay, there's a puzzle here. It's a cipher of some sort. These are words. Like you see, like you have some 3 letters words, you're like, okay, this could be the or something like that. That's a fairly common word in English. A 2-letter word could be of, in, as, these kind of things. You can have assumptions for some of these words. But yeah, basically you translate this into a representation that you can work with, and then what you can use as tools is looking at how many times does a certain character appear in the cipher, and compare that to the frequency at which it appears in a text in English in general. You can look at sequences of characters, like 2 characters that follow each other frequently in your text, in your English text. You want to do cryptanalysis. I mean, that's a tool that can help you to solve these things. I'm not saying you have to use it, but if you look at this, once you have translated into a representation you can manipulate, if you're like, okay, what do I do now? You can try letters, but how else do you want to approach it? That can be a tool that can help you to give you suggestions of what these characters can be. And they may or may not be that, but that's a tool. So like, if anybody in the community is interested in trying to tackle it, that can be a tool that can be at their disposal to use that. And we're gonna see that. I don't know if we're gonna do it today, but maybe we're going to do the magazine one today. I'm not sure. I've done it this week. I've starting like putting together stuff. You assign numbers to the symbols by hand and created a spreadsheet to allow easy testing of different character mappings. Yeah, basically I did the same thing. So I did that this week for this magazine cipher. Yeah, the one with well, that's basically that's how I solved both. I had done the same with the ones with slanted lines, but yeah, this week I did it for the magazine one, and I'll say that in each case, the frequencies helped me a lot. The same technique would work, it would just take longer. Yeah, there's more letters, so it would take longer. Also, the symbols are a little bit harder to recognize, so it takes a bit of time, but that's absolutely something you can do. And then, yeah. Then you can use any number of tools. I guess there are probably tools on the internet that help you do that as well. I don't know. I haven't looked for them. But yeah, that's definitely a possibility. No, the yin yang I want to keep, so let's solve this puzzle, shall we? So 2. 6, it's just above 2, that's easy. 9 is right here. What do we have after 8? Unless it's something visual again. On your phone it looked like something lines with pixels in between until I zoomed in. So you thought it was visual for the longest time. I mean, there's definitely like patterns that repeat. It looks a lot like elfish to me. You know, those kind of things you see in Lord of the Rings. F E D and the 1. Yay! Interview summary. Nice. For Pistachio. TFC history, botanist, lime sector. Oh! She's a lime supporter. The Firmament. So Pistachio comes from the Firmament. Yeah, lime sector is one of the sectors, like the neighborhoods, I guess, of the Firmament. Yeah, limes. Okay, date of birth, 14th of October 1958. Yeah, so the Firmament, one thing we learn in the other corrupted messages is that basically humanity has, for the most part, moved away from Earth. Earth is still occupied. There is one of the crew members, Vermilion, who actually lived most of his life on Earth. And I think Marmalade was born on Earth, but like she left, or he left, I think. He left when he was like a teenager. But most of humanity, and most of the crew as well, has never been on Earth in their whole life. They live either on ships or on colonies. So most of the crew lived in colonies, the main one being the Firmament, which is like an orbital station basically. And there's another one that's talked about a lot, which is Pangea. I think Pangea might be the older one. I'm not exactly sure, because we have seen things about like the inauguration of the Firmament and how it's amazing, full of wonders, etc. Right? And so yeah, people live in these colonies. There is also another crew member who was born and lived most of their lives on ships. And yeah, most people have literally never seen Earth. And Pistachio, what we learned, so she's a botanist. And basically she starts talking with Vermilion, who lived on Earth. And she gets super interested in Earth and what it felt like to live there, how it feels like, how it looks like, etc. And by the end of it, she's like, oh, I need to go to Earth. I think my future might be there. I think I might want to live there, you know? And so she makes an agreement with Vermilion that at the end of the mission, they're going to go together on Earth. Although Vermilion left Earth because he was grieving for his wife, and so he kind of like left everything behind. And he was like, okay, that's my time to go explore. So for him, it's basically the first time he leaves Earth. And he's older, and he's not sure he'll ever be able to return to Earth. Because he thinks he might not have enough time left in his life, basically. But yeah, he agrees with Pistachio that yeah, maybe if he's able to, he would like to go back with her there. Also, they become very close, Vermilion and Pistachio. And I think, like, maybe he doesn't have a romantic interest in her, from what we've seen, but definitely an emotional connection is there. I don't remember, we'll see, we'll check, like, how much older he is than she is afterwards. But we have ads starting, and I do need to take a little bit of a break. So before we read the interview summary of Pistachio, we're going to take a real quick break of just a few minutes. Hey, thank you, everybody. Did something happen to Pistachio? Yeah, so during week 8, I think, at some point, Pistachio disappears. Juniper, who at this point is probably the one that spends the most time with Pistachio, she's like, hey, everybody, I can't find Pistachio, she doesn't respond to my mails, something's wrong. And so they search the full ship. Eventually, what they find, the only trace they find of Pistachio on the ship is her hands and her clothes, apparently. They find her hands on her bed. Pistachio had augmented hands, so mechanical hands. So basically all the organic parts are gone. Poof, disappeared. No trace, no blood, no signs of the fight or anything. So my assumption at this point is all the organic parts have been teleported outside of the ship, one way or another. That's my assumption of what has happened to Pistachio. We don't know for sure. And Pistachio, as far as we know, never reappears. That's the last sign they see of her. It's obviously incredibly traumatic, especially for Juniper, who basically finds her, or what remains of her. And so, yeah, basically they're grieving her, and that's when they decide to commit mutiny, and when things start really going south. Basically. That's when they're like, no, we're out of here. We have already lost someone, we cannot stay. Was Pistachio the engineer who had to go on spacewalk and nearly died? No, that was Marmalade. That was Marmalade. Marmalade is the engineer, Pistachio is the botanist. So TFC history botanist lived on the Firmament and was born on the Firmament, actually. Not likable and deeply talented as a botanist. Suggestible, I don't know what that means. Complications, eccentric to the point of being viewed as an outsider by her peers, and prone to empathy. Oh, they see that as a complication. Yeah, Pistachio was super empathic with the rest of the crew. She always was going out of her way to try to comfort them and be a good person with them, basically. And that's why she became very close to Vermilion. She became very close to Juniper. And basically everybody liked her, which is a huge death flag, as you know. Easy to influence, maybe? Yeah, maybe. But it's not something they see as a complication, which I find interesting. It's like, okay, was there an agenda here? Like, normally, like, oh, someone's maybe a bit too easy to influence would be seen as maybe not necessarily a good thing. Here it's like, oh, that's a good thing. A liability, yeah, or a potential risk, right? For them. Or for, like, yeah, them being influenced somehow by somebody they shouldn't. Here it's like, oh, that's interesting, we can exploit that. Yes, so corrupted messages. We're still missing Diary of a Named Earthman. And actually a few interview bits. Interesting. Yeah, there are a few corrupted messages we don't have. Including the first 2 interview summaries. Which is interesting because we don't have that many things left we haven't been able to analyze. Actually, I need to write down the Yin Yang puzzle. That reminds me. Okay. So, yeah. All this we have done to the exception of the character IDs, which we cannot do yet. Because it's a 6-part puzzle and we're still missing one. Which one are we missing actually? We have aubergine, canary, pistachio, vermilion, juniper. We're missing marmalade. Yeah, we're missing marmalade. It reminds you of the Turing test again, or that other game on a space station where biological experiments went wrong and you have to solve puzzles. Yeah. Corporations in these kind of games are not very wholesome. Okay, so that's one more puzzle solved. We do have another one, which is the cards. I was thinking maybe the number of cards were an order thing, but no, because we would have several 2s. We would have 3 2s if that was the case. Indeed, part of the genre trope. Yep. Yes, that's what. It doesn't remove the cards. You always have the cards in your list. Just that's why we have this list of all the the collectibles we have solved, so that I remember which one we have done or not. And basically right now the only ones we haven't done are the ID cards. Amongst the ones we have, and this one we cannot do at the moment because we're missing an ID card. And interestingly, the cipher I showed earlier is not a collectible. It's something that's there and that you don't collect, despite the fact that it's a card. So It's a bit surprising to me. But yeah, I'm not exactly sure what to do with this. We have tried interpreting it as binary code in several ways. It didn't really work. So I'm not sure. You know what? Let's go have a look at more traditional puzzles. Then we'll come back to this. There we go. So that's the third floor. We have a number of anchors we didn't do on the third floor. And which are basically all the anchors we have left to do on the third floor. Well, all the anchors we have left to do in general, actually. And yeah, I suspect there are either environmental stuff we haven't found, and that's maybe in the cockpit, on the bridge. Or there are more hidden puzzles than the one we found with oh, come on, words, Alistair. You can do it. Yeah, maybe there are more hidden puzzles than the one we found with achievements. Maybe that's a third layer of puzzles we haven't completely discovered yet, because we had one puzzle that was exclusively an achievement and was not on the map. There could be others. Especially since it wasn't like the last achievement or the last like corrupted message or something like that. So what do we have here? Oh, we have this thing on the floor. Okay, so I guess it lights up when the filament goes above it. And it acts like a pillar. Okay. So here, if I try to go around, it doesn't work. Because we have to go above this. So here we have to do something like that. Maybe the achievements themselves are also a puzzle and we need to get certain combinations of them. I mean, we have at least one puzzle that was in the achievements, that's my point. Like, we have one code that we found in the name of the achievements. There could be others, or they could be in other corrupted messages or stuff like that. Which is interesting. Okay, so that's not gonna work. Maybe something like that? No, that's not gonna work either, I think. Could I do this? Yes, I could do this, technically. Okay, so let's imagine, what if I do something like that? Then I go above here, that satisfies the center. Yeah, then I can do this. Okay. That's what it was? They didn't take it that way, okay. Yeah, that's something where like the name of the achievement was like, okay, this looks like one of the codes. And so we tried the code and it was indeed. Huh. That's gonna be interesting. I guess let's start covering ground. Aha. Um... Well, that's fun. Okay, so I think here we need to go back to the start, because I don't really see this working if we start with one of the back pillars. So maybe something like this? Ooh, no, that doesn't work. Uh-huh. Maybe we need to start with one of the back pillars, actually. But then maybe something... No, that can't be something like that, can it? I guess we could imagine something like this. But then if it was this, how do we go over these, right? We can never do that. So that pretty much means that at some point or another we have to do this. No, even that doesn't cut it. We have to do something like that, but then even if we do this, like, yeah, that doesn't work, right? Okay, okay. What if we do something like this? When we come back, do we cover all these things? Yes, we do. So that looks like an opportunity. But that doesn't work. And we still need to cover those. Uh-huh. Crossing a square multiple times doesn't seem to be a problem, no. No, the problem is with getting coverage over all of them. Basically. Well, maybe we're onto something here? Huh? Huh? Hey, I think that's the solution. Okay, so we can't go between these pillars that way. So pretty much we have... Yeah, but then how do we cover this? Uh-huh. What if... That can't be... Yeah, but same problem. So this would work, right? But then how do I touch these two? That wouldn't work. So I think we pretty much have to start like this. Some way or another. Or maybe on the top? Actually, maybe on the top it works. How do I get to this square is a problem that remains. Or we start directly here? Yeah, actually that might be a solution. Yes, okay. I think that's solved. Yay. Ooh, story time.
We spent a few days trying to get the door open. I'm not sure what the others were doing, but the noise, it was unbearable. The cockpits on research vessels like this act as a safe room of sorts. They couldn't get the door open from the outside, and I wasn't able to reverse the effect of the anchors from here. Oh, if only it were aubergine or marmalade in here. It might have been different. Then, after a few days, the noise, it just stopped. They left. I don't blame them. Things were quickly getting worse. There was no way to know how long until the next disappearance. No doubt I would have left given the chance. So yeah, like I said, I don't blame them.
This makes no sense. Like what she's saying. So that's supposed to be Juniper. If you haven't followed the full story. Actually, if you haven't followed the full story and if you want to catch up, well, most of all of the VODs I think are still on Twitch, but with like the VODs limits and the time limits, they will at some point disappear. But all at this point except for the last stream are on YouTube as well. So you can also check that if you want to catch up on the story. But yes, basically, like, she's saying she got stuck in the cockpit and they tried to get her out. She's saying that when they started building the anchors, she was helping. She's even saying that Swan helped them, and that they just lost communication with Swan, that the anchors were to protect the ship. We know that when Juniper disappeared, when Pistachio disappeared, Juniper basically retreated in her room and like shut off from the others. And that when they were trying to build the anchors, she would just not go out of her room. Basically because of the trauma. So, like, this is not consistent with what we're reading in the archives, basically. So let's see here. Well, we could do something like this, but that doesn't work. What if we do like something like this? Somehow. Yay! Interesting. I guess this suggests that we might have to tackle the bottom part first. Can we start with the middle? Maybe in the other direction? Oh, but this would be a problem. Because how do we tackle the top left screen? Well, I guess middle left screen. I mean, you see what I mean, right? Yeah, we couldn't if we did that. So we can't start with the middle pillar because there are too many wires that need to connect to this pillar here. And we can't cross the filament, right? So let's see. Can we, in one way or another, do it differently? Maybe something like that? I feel like yes, but exactly mirrored. So instead of doing it on the top, we do the same but on the bottom. That way we don't have the screen here and we can go out instead. Okay. This one seems pretty easy. It's just a Z. Something like that. Nope. What if I do this then? Yeah, that would work. So far so good. How about this one? Okay, so these two need to be done something like that. But there's the issue of this one, right? So I feel like we need to start by doing something like this. How do we do that? Maybe something like that then? No, I cannot go in between here. That would be a good solution though. Like this is okay, but then... Oh, I know, maybe? Maybe. No. Maybe. No. No, that can't be because then I cannot grab this one. So how about... Nope. I'm a bit stumped by that one, I have to say. Oh, I might have an idea. What if I bounce to the left here? Nope. I mean, itself, it's not a bad idea. But the problem is here I cannot go in between. So it would need to be something like that. Hey, that might be something. Because then I can go up, grab this. Yep. Okay. Story time again.
If I'm reading the lights on this panel correctly, which I better be, seeing as this is both my job and, for the last few weeks, my only pastime, I'd say you can get into the bridge now. Woo! Sorry, I can't help it. It's all so exciting! Let's go. If you get yourself to the bridge door, we should be able to get this thing open.
Interesting. We have definitely not opened everything.
You know, Pluto? I think I've spent enough time in this room to last me a lifetime. I was betrayed by my own appendix of all things. I mean, the two of us never had a particularly notable relationship, but we coexisted happily. So I thought. I was bedbound for over a week, with nothing to do except suffer through Vermilion's ancient music taste. I suppose I shouldn't be too hard on the old guy, though. He did save my life.
Yeah, he did. Also, it's interesting how there's no archive boxes on these ones. Also, we wanted to check the age of Vermilion and the other crew members, at least the ones that we know of, their age. So 1958 Pistachio, Marmalade 1947. Okay, so Marmalade is like 11 years older than Pistachio. I think Pistachio might be the youngest of them all. 38 for Canary, so Canary is 20 years older than Pistachio, and Canary is from Pangea. And yeah, Marmalade is born on Earth. And Vermilion... No, Aubergine, 64. Oh no, so Aubergine is the youngest. Aubergine is like 6 years younger than Pistachio. Origin inconclusive. Oh, we don't have Vermilion's interview summary. Interesting. I thought we did. And assuming we're in 83... Pistachio would be... like 35, I guess, if I calculate correctly. which would put Canary in her 50s, 55. Yeah. And Marmalade around 40. And so Aubergine is in his 20s. Interesting. Not even 20. He's 19? Interesting. Do they mention something around that? Aubergine. No, they don't really talk about Aubergine's age. Maybe in the mails we see something about Aubergine being a younger person. Like the youngest in the crew, I don't remember. Yeah, Marmalade left Earth when he was 13. So Marmalade doesn't remember much from Earth. Alright. Let's have a look at here. Does that mean this opens?
Huh? I really thought that would work. Damn it. Alright, okay. I think I know what's up. I'm going to need you to do one more thing. You're gonna have to go down to the escape pods and reset the breaker. You'll need this code to get in. Ready? Here goes. 7 11 2 4.
Okay. Pod code. I thought so. It was strange that we could get into the bridge that easily. Oh, that might be the code to the escape pods. Maybe that's the code we were so desperately looking for. That we couldn't get in there. Okay, first of all, let's solve this. No, not this. Maybe something like that? Yeah. That sounds more like it. No. Other direction? Yeah, pretty much. But that's gonna be a problem for this. Dang it. Was the code randomly generated? Didn't sound like normal prosody. Like there was still something to come at the end. Could be. Could be that they recorded the voice for any number and randomly give you one. That I could see that happening. That would be actually pretty clever to avoid to help with like avoiding spoilers, things like that. Come on, Alistair. Okay, so far the most successful attempt was this one. Oh hey, I think I got it. I missed something the first time. Oh wait. Yeah. That works. Was your first thought too? Yeah. Okay, so this can't be the first, because if this was the case, I would both need to go there and there at the same time, and I couldn't go back. I see. So I think this might be my first. Maybe even something like that. No, that cannot be, because I don't have a way to grab this screen if I do that. So I pretty much have to do something with that pillar. I guess this works, right? And would this work? Yeah, this would work. Yeah, that worked. That's all I need. I don't know if it was the best solution, but it is a solution. And that's good enough for me. I think here we need to do that one first, probably. Ah, no, that won't fly. That will not, because... Need to do that. What if I start with this? Can I go there? No, I cannot. What if I start here? That doesn't seem like a very good solution either. Is it really something like that? No, I can't do that. I would have to go there, but then I must have done this before I do this whole thing. So then maybe it's something like that. I start here. And no, that wouldn't work. That wouldn't work either. Dang it. No, this has to be it, doesn't it? Then maybe there's a way I catch this. Hang on. This would work. But having done that, then I cannot go and grab this one if I don't do this right now. No. Well, maybe I do this then. Because then I can go inside and grab this. Yes. Okay, okay, that worked. And then I just have to do the perimeter. And touch everything. Yay! Oh, interesting. Uh-huh. I see. I think we probably need to go outside of one of these first. So that we may approach... No? Yeah, but that won't work because then these two panels I cannot light up. I mean, that can work, but how do I go and grab the last two panels if I do that? What if I try... Hey, I have an ID here. No, I don't have an ID here. Aha! What if... Nope. Oh, but what if I do it at the start? Would that work at the start? Ooh, most definitely not. At least not like this. No, it's a question of angle. So I do have to come from this angle for this approach to work. But yeah, I can't grab this thing. And obviously, even if I try to do that, I don't grab even anything. I mean, this would work. But then what? Right? And this wouldn't even give me that panel. What if I did this? No, I can't do that. What if I did this, actually? Ah, maybe I know. Maybe I know. What if I do this, then? Yeah, that would work. Wouldn't it? Because then I can hook back on this pillar and go back out. Yes. Okay, so here it seems to me like we have more density on the bottom. So probably we want to start around there. And probably we want to use the screens as if they are drawing paths between pillars. So if we take a top view, like we probably have a path like this somewhere. Something like that. Can we do this? Maybe. Almost. Almost. Except here I would like to have done this part first, I think. Maybe this? Oh, almost. So what if here instead I go there, then I do maybe, no, I have to do this, right? Ah, I see. That cannot work. That won't work. That won't work either. Okay, okay. Maybe we can start from this one then, on the top. And start drawing paths, like following paths. Near the bottom. Uh-huh. There are too many paths that lead to this one. It is highly sus. No, that won't work. That won't work either. Okay, okay, okay. If it's not this... Like, either way, I have to start one of these two, right? And this one can only go this way. And the other one as well. And I cannot go this way. So it gives me not only a link between two pillars, but the paths are small enough that it gives me a side of the pillar I must touch. Like, for example, here I have to do this, but then I'm out, right? so it can't happen right now. This one could be good for that, but like this one needs to both have a filament that touches here and a filament that goes here. Oh, we have a nut break. Okay, let's take a real quick break, and we'll be back in like 3 minutes. Okay, I think we are back. We should be back for everybody, so we can go back to the puzzle. Okay, so let's see. So what we see here is that this one, like, pretty much has to be something like that, right? But then there's something wrong before that. Because I need to have space left available. What if we start with that, actually? This could work, couldn't it? I mean, it changes the meanings of the dots, but that's not something unworkable. Actually, maybe it is. That wouldn't work. Okay. I yield. Let's see here. If I start this direction, then how the heck? Yeah, no, there's no way I can start this direction. So it has to start the other way, I think. So this is pretty much mandatory. No, I could do that. That's not forbidden. I could do that and then go do this. That, I think, would be allowed. Yeah, that might be the solution, actually. Yeah, because this misses the pad, but on the way back I do get the pad. Oh no, are you gonna tell me I miss this last one and that's what kills me? Oh, this is so frustrating. I hate this. I hate it. So this has to be the last one then. This has to be the last one. There's no choice. That means here I have to do that, but I cannot go around. So I have to do that? Like how do I catch this? Maybe like that? Yeah, maybe like that. Maybe I go around, I go back. No, because I'm trapped here. No. What if I do this? No. No way. That cannot be. That cannot be. Literally. So this has to be true. This pretty much has to be true. Then what? How do I ensure that I touch both of those and that pillar? I cannot even glitch it here. And sure, I could maybe... No, not even that. Huh? Not even that. The hell? How? How does this not work? This wouldn't work. This... I mean, that would work, but... also not. Eh? I am so confused. I am so confused here. Okay, how do you touch this one? You could do something like that, but how do you reconcile? That's not possible. Okay, that could be one. Like you could have something like this around here, I guess. Maybe. Let's try. Something like that, maybe? Almost. What if I do that here? No? No? Uh-huh, maybe. Hang on, are we for real here? No. No, that's a bunch of... of nothingness, basically. Okay. I'm questioning everything. Uh-huh. Yeah. Problem. Mm-hmm. That's not happening, is it? I don't think it is happening. Because here I cannot touch these. And once that pillar is used... Like, I would need to touch the interior of that pillar to touch all 3 of these. With a single line. Which is obviously not possible. Like, I could touch this, but then I can't bounce back, and even if I could, I couldn't touch this pillar. And going around this way is a non-starter. I mean, that's okay. But still, these two I cannot solve. And I don't see how I can reconcile these two. Like, it's not even like doing another pass would help or anything like that, because once either of these paths is blocked, the other one cannot be satisfied, can it? I guess if at the start I started with taking the bottom left one, went to this middle one, and then went up top. But then I would have to choose between going back down to the bottom run, or going back to grab like the top ones, basically. And I couldn't do both, which is the problem I was having at the start. That's basically the start I was doing, right? At the start I was doing this and this, and that's all well and good. But then I guess I can grab this by running around the top. Have I been extremely blind? Well, we're almost there. My only problem here is I need... I need something on the bottom to run around so he can go grab the top pillar. Which I cannot at the moment. Is there a way to approach the top pillar earlier? With this? Without being unable to go back and do exactly the same thing I was doing here? I don't know that there is. That might be the cleanest path I have done so far. You have a thought? Yes, I'm listening. And that's the one we were trying at the start here. Which didn't work either. For exactly the same reasons. Here we could go around here. And then go bottom, but we have the same problem we were having. Like, we need to hug this, basically. And we cannot in this configuration. The only way I can see that happening is by doing it here. That's a conundrum, isn't it? As I have, but don't do the one in front of the door towards the end. So skipping this one? So you're saying something like this? The door you come in. I'm not sure I understand what you're suggesting, Kaz. So you're saying at the end I changed something? But the door doesn't open unless I go over this. Right? And then I cannot keep it open because as soon as I move, obviously... So I cannot choose to not do this one, if that's what you mean. The fourth pillar I touched. 1, 2, 3, 4. So this one in the back here. But I need it to be able... let me see. Can save that for later. Can I? Because this... Oh yes, maybe I can. Maybe you're right. That might be correct, Kaz. That might be the solution here. Because then... Ah, no, I can't go between here. Dang it. That was a good thought, but I don't think it works. Because here I cannot move between here. No, don't apologize, it was a good idea. It was definitely a good idea. Never apologize for having good ideas. Or even contributing ideas, even if they're bad ideas. As long as they're not intentionally bad. But like I can do the same principle reversed, right? That's not something I had considered before. And this might put us onto something here. Well, almost. Like, that definitely opens possibilities. Need to go on a diet. Then the thing would be skinnier. No more cheese. No, not taking away my cheese. I will fight you. The cheese is sacred. Maybe. No. Maybe not. This would have to happen. But then what? Then I would pretty much have to go around like this, and then I cannot touch this one. Or I go back there, but same problem, I cannot touch the one. Maybe. Oh no. No. Okay, let's try again the other direction though. Maybe we missed something. Okay, so that's not... That doesn't work. That would not really help. So this would have to be. And in itself, I mean, we're making progress here. The problem... The problem is that if I do that, then I cannot go around. So I would like, ideally, I would like to do something symmetrical to that. So start from the top. So I have an opening, I have access to this pillar yet, because I can go around and go grab it. And have everything done the same afterwards. Right? That's my ideal thing here. Which does not seem really possible, is my problem. Okay. Can we reverse things? I mean, I can go grab this and I'm going to be able... Oh no, I cannot grab this actually. I forgot about that. Okay, pen paper, I'm ready. There you go. So if I start from the top, let's say I have to start from the top. So then this has to be grabbed. No, that can't work like this. So the problem with this is that I would need to go back and find a way to come back and go grab this. The only way I can do that is if I go directly from that one. Which in itself isn't a bad thing. But then I need basically to go around this, and I don't have this possibility anymore. Because I can't do that. I cannot do that. I mean, I can do that, but it doesn't help. I guess I could do this. But then this is doomed. So I don't see this being a good solution. What if I go there? I have the same problem I was having with grabbing this one. Okay, then what if I go there? Then I don't grab these ones. I see, I see. Dang it. Then what if I just start things a very different way? Well, then I have a trouble with that. Okay, okay. Starting with the second pillar I have now. Which one was it? This one? I don't remember which one it was. Or this, maybe? This would block this, so that's not all the way top right. I don't see that one being my first one. I guess I could start... So this one, right? Starting with this one. That's basically the one I was starting with, wasn't it? That's left. Oh. Yeah, that's true, that's true. But then I cannot go against this, and I don't go over this. But yeah, maybe I need to go find something further to start with. Maybe in itself it's not a bad idea. This doesn't work. I go bottom left. Yeah, I could start bottom left. Then I assume you want me to go like this, right? And then I grab this one. The question then is what? I think I have to do this. If I start like this, then my next move has to be that one. Otherwise I can never do it again. Then top right, you think? I guess I could do top right at that moment. But if I do top right, I assume it's because you want me to do that. Maybe back down then top right. So something like that. But then I cannot go around this pillar. Not the bottom, yeah. But yeah, I don't do the bottom right now. I can never do it again. Unless I come from around this one. The two mid ones. So they would have to be like this. But, like, look, let me grab this temporarily. No, I can never approach this pad from any angle again. So I don't think that's leading me to a solution. I could do this, but I would have touched a pillar for nothing. Like, the mid pillar here would serve me nothing by doing that. So I think, like, this is the only opportunity I have to go over this path. And then I'm pretty much locked in this path, I think. And then, well, ideally doing this, I think. But the problem is you cannot do the top right if I do that. And if I go grab this, then we're back to the solution we had before. So unless you have something I haven't seen here, I don't think that works. Can I start with the bottom middle? Build a new pillar? I wish. By bottom middle you mean this one? That's too close to go around this one. The bottom one, this one. I guess if I do that, then I can. Let's see here. That pad's gonna be a problem, I think. I think we're never gonna be able to cover that pad no matter what we do with the rest. Okay, what if I go further back? Nope. So here I would have to touch this. What do you mean this doesn't work? That's unfair. Okay, what if I do that? Then this is still available. No. Dang it. Almost, right? We just need like one more pillar inside here. Can I from that bottom one reach the top right? Yeah, I can. I can go around and go grab that here. That's not a problem, but I don't think that helps me. Because on the return trip here, I haven't grabbed an additional pad. So it served me for nothing. Because my problem here is that this doesn't go over. Go a few steps back. From which bottom right? More back? This? Because I think here we can... oh, maybe? Wait a minute. Maybe I grab this first? Actually, maybe that. No, that won't work because here I have no way to go and get that. You want more back. Back to the bottom mid. Ooh, that's a long way back. Can I reach the top right? So this one. I mean, I can. If I grab this in the middle. And if I grab this, it pretty much means no, it can't actually. It can't because here I didn't light up this pad. Oh, but I'm the top right, sorry. I can, but same problem, I cannot touch this. I don't light up this pad ever. Like this is bound to fail. This is bound to fail if I try this. I can already see several things that it's just not easy to figure out if they touch or not. Yeah, I absolutely, even for me, like, it's not always obvious. Can we miss the second pillar and do it later? This one? Not really, because if we go over that way, we don't touch any of the pads. Like this pad becomes completely unreachable. So if we want to have a chance, we have to touch this direction. Flame, get your brain in there! This locks me out of this first pillar. I'm trying. It is a collaborative effort. That's not even a start. That isn't either. Nope. That's a big full of nope. A big cam of noppers. Honestly, I think it's one of these three, the starting point. I think the starting point is one of these three. Maybe the one we haven't really tried yet is this one. I think this part is gonna be a problem here. Stop. The far right one, you think? You have two different sets of instructions, so you think this one, Cody? Oh, the far right, the down right one. You think this one? Yeah, Look, Lateration isn't an easy thing. Lateration is complicated. Maybe something like that? My problem here is with these three pillars, right? I can go and grab this, but then these two pads are dead. Or I can go... I cannot even grab this. No, I can't. I can never grab these pads in these conditions. Okay, that doesn't work. You think I have to end with that? Yeah, but even then, like, there's no way... Like, I would have to magically come from behind here and turn around this. You were thinking the right one? And then up to the left top ones? Yeah, but then again, the problem is still the bottom. The problem is how do we do the bottom while doing all these other ones? Those last two pillars, I'm not certain they're... I'm not that certain that they're last. Okay, maybe we could start like this, right? Maybe a way to approach this is to start... with these. Hang on, let me try you something. Because then I can go up, grab this. That's a problem because I cannot grab this. And here I don't have a return point. No, doesn't work. Okay, go back to where, cause... You have to remember there's a delay between when I do something and when you see it. So like if at some point you're like pointing at your screen saying there, and you tell me stop right here, I'm probably at the other end of the screen by then. You know, and I'm lost now. Maybe I go back somewhere like this. Well, that's gonna be a problem. I guess I could... Nope, I could not. Okay, so I cannot have a line between these two pillars to touch this pad. It doesn't touch. I'm stopped. Let me take a sip of coffee while I'm at it. Maybe the coffee will find the solution. Go around the pillar above me. Yeah, that I can do. But the problem is this pad here. But you see the pad in the middle between the two doesn't light up. And that means that we're dead here. We're virtually dead. That's what I was trying before. That's why it failed my previous try. To the one on the far left. And no, it doesn't touch those pads. It pretty much would have... I'm not even sure if I linked it to this one if it would work. Does bottom right, top mid... You mean this? This would work. This would not. But then again, this one doesn't work. Bottom left to top mid? No, that would never work. Yeah, I have to start over. Yeah. I'm just trying stuff to try to see what links and what doesn't. But yeah, this wouldn't touch anything. I guess this would touch it. But then these two pads are in trouble. Like, no, the two bottom left pads are unreachable at this point. Will they be touched? These ones need to be touched like this. Either this or stuff like... Hang on. I guess... No, that doesn't work. Yeah. Basically this one. Yeah, these two. I think it's pretty clear to me. These two, it has to be something like that. And I'm fairly certain that these two have to be something like this. Could be wrong for the top ones, because there are other solutions, but this one pretty much tells us that like the best solution is to have something like this. No, it doesn't have to be at the start, it doesn't have to be this direction that I go around, but it has to happen at some point. I guess one thing I could do could be something like this, right? Simple question. Can I still go around this? No, I cannot. Okay. So, in fact, what I'm proposing does not work. I'm pretty sure we cannot go around the other side either. Yeah, no. So we cannot start with... Like, even this already killed a pillar. And just this already killed the pillar, to be honest. Because even if I tried to do that right now, it wouldn't work. Stop. Yes, I'm stopped. So... Can I do the V? This one I can absolutely do. I can do it this way. I can also do it the other way. And then go on the outside top pillar. You mean this one? The problem here is that once I done this, like this is an illegal move. Basically, this move is illegal because it kills this pillar. Because if I were like, assume I do this, then I cannot go around here. I cannot fit in the middle here. No, I can start the other direction. If you go from top right down to bottom right, does it touch both? From top right to bottom right. This touches nothing. This touches one. How would I even... I guess if I went from bottom... Yeah, no, I have no solution where I go along the top of the... Oh, from top right to bottom right. Sorry. It touches just one this direction. And that's the only way I can do it. And this touches 0. And I guess if I go bottom right to top right, I touch, yeah, the same. To touch this, I think I have to do something like that. But, I mean, yeah. It's probably for the end, to be honest. Yeah, here's the one move I can do that can give me the middle free is this one. Basically, like if I want the middle left to be free, it has to be this direction. Okay, we are in an ad break. I'm going to take a real quick break because I need to go to the bathroom. So I'll be right back. And we are back. Welcome back, everybody. Back to headaching this puzzle. So yeah, the only way I can get the middle left one for free is like this, on the condition that I need to wrap up afterward. Which I guess locks me pretty much in a path like this. No. Wait. Hmm. I don't think that's a good start, to be honest. I don't think that works. So why would I grab this first? There's no good reason to do that, right? Is there any good reason to do that? I should shorten this message. It's a very long message from the bot. Yeah, I think there's no real good reason to start with this. Hey SPFA, how are you doing? Welcome in. How is your Sunday? We're headaching. We're headacheing this puzzle. It's a difficult one. To be fair, I think it's the last of this kind, so it makes sense that it's a difficult one. Thanks for the shout out, no problem. No problem. Always happy to support my fellow streamers. Can this be a start? I guess this could be a start. Then we could have something like this. Maybe like that. I think if it comes here, it has to go that way. But then this one is again a problem. Because I cannot run around this. I could do this, but not a good solution. This touches nothing, so it achieves absolutely nothing. This is even worse. I think we lost Kaz and Cody. They died. The break broke them. Brain is working hard. Yeah, can confirm. Me too, me too. How the hell do I do this? That doesn't work. That just doesn't. Okay, assume other things. Does this block stuff? It doesn't. So then maybe that's actually a good move. Just... Is this going to be reachable? At one point or another? No. Then that's gonna be a problem, isn't it? If I do everything and then at the end the last pillar is just... The last pad is just unreachable, I'm wasting my time. No, but we tried this solution already. You are sorting your bag for tomorrow? No worries. No worries. You have no obligation to. No, just joking. Get back in there! Back to work! Oh, my poor brain. You might have it. I'm listening. Top left start. Yes. I assume this. Yes. And then I assume that. Yep. So that means this. I mean, I guess, no. I could go the other direction. That? No? Oh, you want to grab the bottom one right here then? That's bold, but maybe. Actually, maybe. And up. Up to which one do you want to go? Yes. Right side of the one in front of the door, so this one. Which means then this. Oh, maybe. Then you're maybe onto something here. No. Then back. Back here. This maybe? I could see this happen. I was right, I have to grab top right. Like this then? Question is whether the last one will work. We'll see, I guess. That might work. Yeah, it does work. Congrats! Cody found it. GG. Story time. No? No story? Oh, interesting. Juniper week 9. Oh, that's gonna be an interesting one. Or maybe not. Maybe it's just gonna be absolutely empty. We'll see.
It's a little bit terrifying, isn't it? Hard to believe that putting yourself through this thing could actually fix you. It was this large metal cylinder that had the honor of separating me from my appendix. I asked Vermilion if I could keep it after the surgery, like in a jar or something, but he just sighed and didn't answer me. Classic Vermilion. I think that in the end this room was gutted for spare parts to help construct the anchors. so it won't be up and running again anytime soon. On a completely unrelated note, how are you feeling? Well? You're feeling well, right? Good.
Cookies for Cody. Yep, definitely cookies for Cody. Okay, so the appendix part is true. You have a Twix. Nice. Let's see, what about week 9? What happened to Juniper in week 9? I'm curious. Very curious about what happened for Juniper in week 9, because supposedly that's the week where... That's the week after Pistachio disappeared, if I remember correctly. So that's the week where she was pretty much unresponsive, for the most part, to the rest of the crew. While the other ones were... Yeah, that's the week where they basically committed mutiny. Let's go home. From Marmalade. Aubergine and I spent the day getting the Alabaster ready for travel. It's late now, but we prep to leave in the morning if we're all feeling up to it. Vermilion. Thank you both. Marmalade. Don't mention it. I want to see the back of this place. Canary. We all do. There was so many different colored lines on your screenshot. You should put them in the... you should put them in the Discord spoiler channel, like Filament spoiler channel, for fun. Yeah, basically. Basically this flame. The guppy PowerPoint emote. What's going on? From Aubergine. I'm locked out of everything. Every major system on the Alabaster. The Enterdime bridge is sealed off. Physically. Marmalade. Physically? Aubergine. Yep, doors are shut tight. Marmalade. What about everything else? Aubergine. Unresponsive, inoperable, inaccessible, take your pick. Marmalade. And this is happening how exactly? Canary. Swan. In case of an emergency, she can remotely access the Alabaster. I suppose a mutiny qualifies as an emergency. I had no idea it would expand to locking doors and overriding core systems. Marmalade. So what? She's just going to keep us here? Aubergine. That is what she wanted. Marmalade. Great. I guess a possibility could be what if it's not Swan who did this? What if it's Juniper who did this? You closed it already? Didn't save? Yeah, that's fine. What if it's Juniper who locked the whole ship? And locked herself inside? Maybe to prevent the others from leaving? Maybe she didn't want to abandon Pistachio, even though she disappeared? Something like that? That could be... let's see. From Vermilion. Hey, Juniper, I know that this is difficult, but please don't shut yourself away from us like this. We're here for you. We're here to support you. We all miss her, June. You don't have to face this alone. From Marmalade. I'm here if you need me. I came by earlier, but your door was closed and, well, you know, if you need some company, just stop by my room in the evening sometime. There's a fire, and the a few bottles of space drink. No pressure, but the offer is there. Yeah, so basically at this point, Juniper was unresponsive, and in the voice logs, she pretended like she was actively helping. We know that's not true because she's like, the others are like, hey, what's going on? Are you okay? It's back from Canary. Since last week, I've been monitoring Arnold closely. I figured that if there was a chance of another incident, we would want a heads up. This morning, the high radiation levels started to resurface. If we were correct in assuming that the radiation buildup and fall-off was in fact a precursor to Pistachio's disappearance, then we might want to start worrying right about now. Marmalade. No need to panic. Aubergine and I have been working on something. If everything goes to plan this afternoon, we should be good to leave tomorrow. Spend this evening packing and get a decent amount of rest. I'll give you the details in the morning. Vermilion, that's amazing news. Packing though? Marmalade, yeah, unfortunately we're going to have to use the escape pods. They're a little cramped, but they have cryosleep pods and plenty of supplies. It will also take us a little longer to get home than it did to get here. But hey, it beats hanging around this place, right? From Marmalade, take 2. Alright everyone, this is it. Aubergine and I have managed to get ourselves into the escape pod bay. As far as we can tell, everything is in ship shape and ready to go. Canary, let's all meet in the living room. We can go over the plan and make sure we haven't forgotten anything. Then all we have to do is load up the luggage. From Vermilion, hey Jules, the others are busy wrapping up a few things. I was wondering if you wanted to help me take some of this luggage down to the pods? Juniper, start without me. I'll be out in a minute. Okay. With Swan. Juniper to Swan. You're a monster. Swan, I didn't mean to hurt him. I swear. Juniper, hurt him? He's dead. You killed him. Right, so Swan killed Vermilion. Right? In the cryosleep pod, we've seen Vermilion. And that's the first email we have from Swan after... Like, that's the only communication we have with Swan after this. Sees email communication. Canary, given the extent of Swan's influence over the ship, as well as her uncanny timing, it's not unreasonable to assume that she has access to all of our internal communications too. We should stop using them immediately. Swan, if you're reading this, you've taken a dear friend from us. I hope that someday you have to answer for what you've done here. Right. So in the cryopod where, like in Vermilion cryopod, there is a body. Somebody. We weren't sure if it was Vermilion who was asleep or dead, but like it has to be this, right? It has to be Swan killed Vermilion. Maybe she didn't intend to, but she killed him when they tried to escape. Let's see. Entry 9, logs. Well, we won't find out much. Well-being status, alone. Do we have any communication from Vermilion? Like, what about week 9 Vermilion? Yeah, after the luggage thing, Vermilion has CZ mail communications, and that's it. Which is a mail that was sent to everybody. We would see it probably even in Pistachio's emails. And that's the last email for Vermilion. Entry 9. Yeah. Hopefully June can help me. And that's it. That's the last thing we know from Vermilion. Pistachio obviously has nothing in week 9, so they didn't forward the week 9 message to Pistachio. Oh, dang it. We have a message from Juniper in week 10 that says to Pistachio, I miss you. We don't know much in week 9 about what Canary said. Aubergine and Marmalade, yeah, they were like, what happened? The anchors didn't work. No, it was she had access to the escape pods, basically. Right. That's the exchange with Aubergine. Yep. And that's it. Yeah. Let's see here. What do we have in terms of anchors? So we have done all these... let me get closer. We have done all these anchors here. All the med bay, basically. Do we... Okay, question. Do we attempt to get ourselves inside the escape pod bay? Or do we continue with the anchors? What do you prefer, chat? The anchors, I think... would give us more information about what happened. More emails, more stuff like that. And the escape pod bay would give us access to the last collectible. Like, we could maybe try these anchors, for example. The easy one? So that would be the anchor then. Because I'm pretty sure this is just the code, the door code. Plain and simple. Yeah, the escape pod. Door code. 71124. Which raises questions, right? Why does Juniper know the code to these doors precisely? Oh, interesting.
7, 11, 2, 4.
Right, yeah. Maybe I should have stopped it. Oh well. It's okay. So... 7? $11. That's gonna be a 2. And that's gonna be a 4. Yay! Plain and simple. Oh my god, what happened here?
So the breaker? It's just over by the corner and... What the... Oh my god. They didn't leave. I...
Didn't.
Just... Pull the lever in the corner.
So I think what happened here is Swan fired the escape pods while Vermilion was in the room. That has to be what happened, right? Do we want to pull the lever? I'm slightly worried that if we pull the lever, it's gonna prevent... Oops. I hit the mic. I'm gonna pull the lever, Kronk! Yes, so all the escape pods are here. Right. Yeah, and that's... Oh, the silhouette. Do you see the silhouette? That's Vermilion. That's where they dragged Vermilion's body. Vermilion was right here. Swan fired the escape pods right into Vermilion. These are the luggage he was carrying. Save and pull? I don't know that I can. Like, you don't save, it automatically saves your progress in this game. You can create an entirely new game, but you don't have saves for a given game. I guess that means that probably will be fine. I think we'll be fine. Oh hey. That's the last one. Lucia. Accounting. Do you hate counting things? Us too. We're pretty good at it though. And because of that, we turned it into a career. Lucia, give us money, we'll count your stuff. Huh. Is it the number of stars on each circle? Whoever's pretending to be Juniper wants your help, they aren't about to kill you. Yeah, no, I'm not worried they're about to kill me, I'm just worried that it's gonna end the game before we have the opportunity to learn more. Screenshot that? Good call, yes. Although it's a collectible, so it's gonna be in our thing. Alright, let's pull that lever.
The bridge is now open.
Maybe because she thought they abandoned her, she was like playing into Swan, kind of giving up, you know? being like, yeah, best I can do is cater to Swan's story or whatever, and try to save whatever I can save. And now she realizes that she was working on the assumption that... But no, but Juniper was in her room. I mean, as far as we know, let's say we didn't know where she was. Maybe she locked herself in the cockpit. Maybe they thought she was in her room, but she locked herself in the cockpit. But then why wouldn't she have gone out? I don't get it. There's something wrong with this story. I'm not sure what, but there's something wrong with this story. Let's see here. Did Kong pull the lever? Yes, and she said that the bridge is now open. Let's just try that for a moment first. So I think like first circle there's 0 stars. Then we have 5 stars, right? Let me get the hexadecimal code though. You missed it. She just said the bridge is now open in a kind of defeated voice of someone who's shocked by what she's just found out, aka that her friends did not leave the ship. They did not leave without her. Like, she was certain they left without her, they did not. So like she's just realizing that they're probably dead. No one said wrong lever. Because he's disappointed. Nope. They did not. They failed you. So 5, 4, then we have 2 stars. Yep. 2. Then next circle 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yep, 7 would be here. Then we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, if I count correctly. Then... interesting. It says 2 and 1, but it's cut. So I assume it's this. Yeah. Interview summary 1. Vermilion. 1930. So Vermilion is 53. TFC history none. Origin Earth. Not qualified and thorough. Candidate is composed and displays gentle and compassionate mannerism. A complication. Candidate's age and lack of experience are problematic. Well, I mean, he didn't do badly. So, who are we missing in terms of interview summaries? We have Vermilion. We have Pistachio, Marmalade, Canary, Aubergine. So we're missing Juniper. We're missing Juniper's interview summary and like, yeah. Let me just check the map. I think we should have completed floor 1 at this point. No, there is still an environmental thing in floor 1. Let's go check it out. Yeah, we got a collectible, but there was an environmental one I forgot to write down, apparently. Alright. Let's go check it out. And try to find whatever that was. I shouldn't have gone to floor 3 to enter that. What's the environmental one? I didn't notice anything. Let's see. Oh, maybe the numbers on the ships? Yeah, probably. And on the wall? Where is the symbol? Also, why is this tool glowing? I cannot... Can I reach it? No, I don't seem to be able to reach it. What's on top of the box here? Yeah, I think escape pod numbers and wall numbers, probably. Oh, or maybe it's an order on the wall? Maybe the wall gives us the order of the pods. Yeah, probably. Can 6 be reached right away? Yes. Okay. So let's write that down. So we have 6, 7, then 9F. Yeah. 9F. And finally 5C. Oop. That's an F, not an E, correct? Yeah. So 6, 7, 9F, 5C. Possibly with a 1, 2, 3, but I do not think so. Let's try. Like below we can have 1, 2, 3. That are a possibility. Let's go try that. I want to know everything there is to know in this game. I have to know. So, let's have the hexadecimal on screen too. So 6, 7, 9. C. 5. Where is 5? Below. Oh. Wait, no. 9F, sorry. 5C. Derp. Yeah. A diary of an unnamed Earthman 3. Aha! Diary of an unnamed man Earth. We are here. Well, I'm still on the Amethyst, waiting to be checked out. You'd think they could at least make you wake in a room with windows. I have to see it. I think I'll give Mom a ring when I get out there. Not really got much to tell her, have I? Even if it has been like 3 years. Oh wow. So let's read all the unnamed man Earth diaries, because that was the last one. It's a bit anticlimactic. I expected it to reveal that it was like Marmalade story or something like that. Which I guess it could still be, but it doesn't reveal much. So, Diary of an Unnamed Earth Man. The day is nearly here. Tomorrow, I am 19, so it can't be in Marmalade then. Since Marmalade left at 13. Tomorrow I am 19 and will be able to board the Amethyst to make my way to Pangea. I will miss Mom and the dogs, but I know I'm destined for something greater. Something I don't believe I will find on Earth. I can barely control my excitement. I suspect I won't sleep much tonight. I'm on board. We leave in about 6 hours, which means I'll be entering cryosleep anytime now. Mom was a state, but she was happy for me. I promised I'd call as soon as I arrived on Pangea. Oh, here we go. That's my number. Looks like we're about to go into cryosleep now. I'll update here when we arrive. Goodbye, Earth. We are here. Well, I'm still on the Amethyst, waiting to be checked out. You'd think they could at least make you wait in a room with windows. I have to see it. I think I'll give Mum a ring when I get out there. Not really got much to tell her, have I? Even if it has been like 3 years. Wow. Just wow. This place is quite something. The photos do not do it justice. I mean, that sky! Just look at it! Mum would love this place. Maybe I'll be able to convince her to come here? I just can't get the difference in times between here and Earth right at all. Every time I go to ring Mum, I realize it's in the middle of the night. The different length of day here is proper messing me up. I'm already falling asleep come late afternoon. If they even call the middle of the day noon. Everyone here has metal limbs. I think they call them augmentations? I don't know for sure. That's just going off all the signs around. They look cool. I've not been able to work out if the original limb is beneath or if they replaced them. My roommate has a couple. Maybe I'll ask her. We're going for drinks later. Mum was out today. I left her a message. It's almost a good thing, to be honest. I'm getting an augment. I thought I'd start off small, nothing too crazy. It's just this small panel on my arm. I'm not sure how to explain it. Everyone here, when they buy things, go places, take a tram, they sort of hook up to the network. All of their money, identity, everything. It's all on one of these chips. It's a bit so difficult doing day-to-day stuff here without one. So I'm taking the plunge. Well, that's it, I guess. So far. Unless there is another one, like, in one of these last ones. I don't think it would be earlier, would it? It could be this one, but I doubt it. All this. I got home today. I got home today, and whilst I was out, TFC placed new cameras inside some of the flats on my block. It's not safe to meet at my place anymore. I'm not sure why it's safe anymore. Holy shit, how the hell did they even get in? It's TFC. They go where they want. I know we're not fully prepared, but if there was ever a time to leave, now would be it. How quickly can you be ready? Fuck, I didn't realize this would happen so soon. The ship is ready to go, but the earliest I can get departure clearance is tomorrow evening. Are you sure this is the right thing to do? We'll be on our own out there. We'll have each other, and that's all we've ever had. I love you. I love you too. A and S, is that? Where is it? Transcript, maybe? No. Opal. It's the Opal one. No, no. Yeah, could it be Alice and... Who would that be? I don't know. It could be Alice Owens. Rehabilitation in progress. Because we also have the breaking news where they announced that Alice Owens was arrested and sent to detention and behavioral guidance because she committed a terrorist act of trying to defeat Filament surveillance. Which is... yeah. Okay, so now we have everything in here, right? Yeah, floor 1 is complete. Floor 1 complete. Floor 2 is almost complete. We have this puzzle, we haven't completed yet. I don't know, to be honest, this one. Let's go see the bridge. It's probably story time. It's story o'clock! I guess... Oh, we have ads in 5 minutes. I'm worried the ads will start in the middle of a cutscene or something. So what we'll do, I think, is I'm going to run the ads right now. Well, I don't know. Do we run the ads right now, or do we maybe try to do an anchor or something? Maybe we can try to do an anchor, and then after the ads have run, we can try to go have a look at the bridge. Shall we do that? That way we have all the time we need after ads. Where do we go then? I guess... here. Canary's room. It should be a new mechanic, so it will just teach us for now. Okay, so if I touch this and then this, it doesn't work. If I touch this directly, it doesn't work, so I have to touch blue and yellow to mix in the colors. And then I can touch this pillar. Okay, fair enough. I guess... Yeah, I mean, I can't really test with having touched just one, but clearly know it's correct, right? Like, you need to have 50-50, basically. Let's see. Right, and this absorbs the color, so now I need to redo it. Okay. So far, so good. And then we go grab the last yellow. And the last pillar. Easy. Easy enough. And that's where it starts getting complicated. How do I do this? No, I can't do that really. But maybe I can just do this and go around. Why not? Oh yes, because I didn't grab the 3 here. So how about... this? If I do that... Nope, won't work, because I can't touch the blue. So that literally cannot be it. I mean, I guess we have only 2 colored pillars. If I go blue and then yellow, then I could go grab this. That would work. And then I could grab this yellow one and return, I assume. Yeah. And that might be story time. Nope, Juniper is ignoring us. Week 7, though. And adds in 40 seconds. Let's open this and see the story time after the ads. So, yep. Because we want to know more. Would you like to know more? Yay! And basically that's, yeah. I think that's just before Pistachio disappears. Okay, the ads are starting, so let's take a little bit of a break. And when we come back from the break, we can read week 7 for Juniper. And we are back. Welcome back, everybody. Flame was blue on the computer, red on the tablet. Yeah, that's what happens when someone didn't select a color manually. Twitch assigns them colors, but it's random and it's different everywhere. For example, for me, flame is yellow. Hey, thank you, Kazanemo. So yeah, basically if you select a color, everybody will see you this color, but if you didn't, everybody will just see a different color. So on two devices you might have something different. Alright everybody, story time. Story time. Time to read Pistachio, no, Juniper, sorry, week 7. So just before Pistachio disappeared. Hi Nemo, bye Nemo. Are you leaving, Cody? You're going to bed? Have a great night. You've got to go to bed, but you don't wanna, because it means the weekend is already over. Yeah, understandable. Very understandable. As long as you don't get to bed, the weekend isn't over yet. Same. Alright, it begins. On Pistachio, it begins. What do you wanna watch? You get first pick. Juniper, are you in the mess already? Pistachio, yeah, obviously. It's movie marathon time. Juniper, well, I'm going to cook some breakfast first. I have a craving for bacon and egg sandwich. I'll be up in a bit. Pistachio, ooh. Juniper, you want one, don't you? Pistachio, no. Juniper, alright, I bring you up one too. Just don't have work. Alright, it's easy. But yeah, you should go nonetheless. Cause the coming week is hell. Oh, hugs Nemo. Have a great night. Thank you for being here. Both of you. Well, all of you. Have a great night and good luck for the week. I hope it's not as bad as expected. That's the best we can wish for, right? Kaz is in bed already. Yeah. On the tablet. A new probe briefing. Evening all, could I please see you all at 8:30 tomorrow for a briefing on how the captain wants us to move forward with the new probe? As you only have a 3-day week and expect you to be on time and in good spirits. Juniper, can I be late if I bring coffee again? Canary, no, you can be on time and bring coffee again. Earth movies from Marmalade. Well, to Marmalade from Juniper. Hey you said earlier you might want to join us for a film this evening. I think you had something from Earth in mind? I've just finished up a movie. We've just finished up a movie. So now's the time if you're still interested. Marmalade, oh yeah, for sure. I have a couple of tapes I can bring up. They're a little corny, but I think you'll like them. Juniper, awesome. Just as long as you don't talk through the whole thing, I hate people who do that. From Canary. Ambient radiation levels. Morning all. I feel that it's necessary to inform you all of a development in my planetary analysis that could potentially impact your jobs and well-being. Over the last few days, there has been a sharp and significant increase in the amount of radiation being emitted by Arnold. The cause of this is currently a mystery, as are the specifics of any potential repercussions. At the time of writing this, the readings have leveled out, but remained at a new higher constant than before. While I wouldn't worry about it for the time being, there is a chance that this increase in ambient radiation could cause problems for certain systems on board the Alabaster, as well as for the potential health risk for crew members. Rest assured that I will be monitoring this situation closely, Canary. Aubergine, not exactly my area of expertise, but is it possible that something else in the system, or even further out, could be responsible? It seems strange to me that a planet could spike in radiation like that. Could it be something geological? Do planets normally give off radiation? Canary, it's definitely Arnold. I've ruled out interference from other sources. It could be something geological, I suppose, though I couldn't say what. We can expect a planet with an atmosphere this close to a star to give off a moderate level of long-wave radiation. Putty radiation from Pistachio. Do you think we'll all turn into zombies, like in that film the other day? Oh, or maybe we'll get superpowers? I hope it's superpowers. Oh, she's so cute. Juniper. Pistachio, don't even joke. Radiation weirds me out. Like, no, I know it's there, I can almost feel it going through me, you know? Makes me feel all itchy and stuff. Pistachio. Oh, I'm sorry, Joe. I wouldn't have said anything had I known you are completely crazy. Marmalade. Please listen. Morning all. I haven't slept. At all. I spent all night reviewing the Alabaster's external camera footage with Aubergine. None of you are going to like what we found. Late yesterday evening, I was in the living room sketching Arnold. I was staring directly at the planet when it flashed at me, as though a wave of light had just passed through the whole thing. It was weird and colorful, and it displayed parts of it. I thought I was losing my mind. I almost went straight to Vermilion in case I was having a stroke or something. I couldn't move though, because it felt so familiar. Then it hit me. My damn fireplace has been doing the exact same thing. The same ripples, the same color and light. I got Aubergine to pull up the tapes from the exterior cameras, and there it was, clear as day. It's happened before, more than once. It's happened a lot. Arnold isn't a planet, it's a colossal hologram. Canary. I would have preferred you came to me privately about this first, Marmalade. I would like to call an emergency meeting. Living room, 10 minutes. Mission statement. Afternoon all, I've spoken with Swan, and I have some bad news. We will not be leaving the system. Instead, we will remain in orbit around Arnold and change our mission statement to one of observation and study. TFC wants us to learn more about this structure. We will have a briefing tomorrow at 9 AM sharp with Swan. Please do not be late. Canary. Juniper, are you joking? We can't stay here next to that thing. Vermilion. I have to agree with Juniper, this isn't right. Canary. Swan made herself very clear. We're to stay where we are. Juniper. This is bullshit. What do any of us know about this kind of thing? If they want it surveyed so badly, they can send in another crew who are qualified to do so. Canary, I empathize with your frustration, but this is how it is. I suggest you air your grievances with Swan tomorrow. From Pistachio. Are you seeing this? No, from Juniper. Are you seeing this? Pistachio. I am. Juniper, are you okay with it? Pistachio. No, I'm not. Look, meet me in the mess and I'll bring us some hot chocolate. We can play pocketbook wrestlers. We were stuck on that level, remember? I think I know how to beat it now. Juniper. Yeah? Pistachio. I'll be up in a bit. The logs. Entry 7. I've been thinking about the probe some more, and I have a theory. Pistachio did it. I know, bear with me. So, Pistachio's job on the mission was to choose a landing site that would provide a wide range of samples for us to study, right? No, this had to be confirmed a couple weeks ago now, so we could finalize navigation and the probe's route and whatnot. So since then, Pistachio has had it pretty chill. Plenty of time for her to tend to her plants, unfold origami cranes. Her job really would kick back in after the probe lands, to ensure it got the samples we needed, as well as recording any flora and fauna observations down there. But what if the probe crashed? Then she would have to wait until a second probe landed before she really had any work to do. And we now know that the probe did crash. Awfully convenient, don't you think? I'm going to confront her now. She's on her way back up to the mess. I think I hear her. Oh, here she is. Stay tuned to loyal readers. I'm willing to accept that I may have been wrong about this one. Well-being situation, dull pain in stomach from swift sustained blow. Ah, I love them. They're so cute together. They're so incredibly cute. After Pistachio punched me in the stomach, we continued our mega movie marathon. She felt bad about punching me, so it was my choice on the film. Who were we kidding? It was always going to be Soup County. It was terrible. I had heard that it was terrible. Pistachio needed some sort of punishment for hitting me though, right? Well-being status, recovering from the effects of Soup County. I could really go for a proper beer right now, not that TFC crap. A nice, fresh, artisan lager. No, if I could have a beer like that, well, that would really be something, wouldn't it? Marmalade's beer is done. I tried some today, and it was fantastic. I don't know how he managed it with what he had to hand, but wow. I guess what you hear is true. My logs do possess some sort of magic power. Well-being status. Thick body, crisp, citrusy undertones. Hey Worm, how are you doing? Thanks for the hydrate. I have to pour the next batch of coffee, I guess. How is your Sunday? You're coming in right in time for us to access the bridge. You're doing well? Yeah, I'm doing great. Others are not hydrated enough. I mean, given how many times I've had to go to the restroom this stream, I'd say I'm probably hydrated enough. Which is good. That's a good thing. Okay, so we didn't learn much during entry 7. Let's access the bridge. Not maintaining hydration. Let's go have a look. He said the bridge is now open. Are you ready, chat?
Welcome to the bridge. I'd like to say this is where the magic happens, but in this context, the magic would be an inability to drive away from a dangerous planet and save my friends. Otherwise known as my only job. Make yourself at home. There's whiskey everywhere.
Huh, that's a lot of anchors. And where's Juniper? I want to find Juniper. I was promised a Juniper. Yeah. So that's a yellow uniform, also known as Canary. That's an orange uniform, also known as Marmalade. Purple one, also known as Aubergine. Right. Yep, nope, they didn't leave. They definitely didn't leave. Ready? Never. Never ready. But there's no Juniper to be seen. Give me back my Juniper. Canary week 4. And all their augments and clothes. Just like for Pistachio. So who do you have unaccounted for? So we have a million who's in the cryopod, dead. Canary, Marmalade, Aubergine, Pistachio disappeared. Juniper, we still don't know what happened. And that's it, really. Is it? Any chance I find an ID card somewhere? Hey, find all the cards. Find all crew ID cards. 2 achievements at once. The final card, Marmalade. So we have all the clues for the ID puzzle. Uh-huh. So we have found 2 collectibles so far in here. Alright. And there are a lot of anchors. A lot of them. It's interesting, on this map... Well, there's Arnold. There's what I assume to be the Alabaster. But there are red circled things here. I don't know what they are. Are they structures? Interesting. It's also interesting how Juniper doesn't acknowledge the fact that, like, she isn't here. We access the bridge and she isn't here. She just says welcome to the bridge, but Like she's supposed to be locked in here. From what she's told us. And she doesn't even acknowledge. Dang it. No, I don't want to solve the puzzle right now. I want to explore. And find if there are stuff I didn't find yet. Okay, let's find a terminal, I guess. Question number 1. Is there anything new in the systems report? Yes, there is. Oh my god, that's a lot of anchors. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12. Did I count correctly or not? 3, 6, 9, no, 11, so 22. 22 anchors. But we have found all the collectibles. That's the good news. That's a lot of puzzles left, isn't it? Canary week 4. We have found at least a new thing, which I expect to give us new information since it was on the bridge. Let's have a look. Long-term 2 mission role, so that's Canary on week 4, right, so that's after the... No, that's before the probe crash, isn't it? Yeah. That's when they started building the Lantern 2. Okay. Hi Marmalade. As a resident engineer, you will be working closely with Aubergine and I on the data collection array. Your primary responsibility is the construction of the array. Aubergine will work on the OS side of things simultaneously. As I said in my prior email, the exact specifications of the array are still unconfirmed. This is, in part, due to potential structural and spatial limitations of the Lantern 2. I'll aim to work alongside you both and be on hand to alter the content of the array as necessary. Thanks. Marmalade. Hi Canary. This all sounds very achievable. I have a chat with Aubergine tomorrow about a few potential hiccups, but I think it should all be very routine. Good evening, Vermilion. I will be conducting a briefing tomorrow morning at 8:30 for the other crew members with regards to the construction of the probe that we plan on dispatching to Arnold. As you don't hold a research or engineering position on this vessel, this meeting is not mandatory for you. That said, you're welcome to attend it if it pleases you. Vermilion, evening. Well, if everyone else is going to be there, then I'll come too. It will feel too much like missing out otherwise. See you in the morning. Juniper, mission roles. Juniper, as a communication and navigation specialist, your primary responsibility will be as follows. Probe trajectory. Pistachio is analyzing the topological data of Arnold for potential landing sites. Probe fuel spent on launch needs to be kept to a minimum to ensure a sufficient reserve for the probe's payload module to clear Arnold's atmosphere. Work with Pistachio on finding a landing site, then calculate the probe trajectory from the Alabaster's charted location at launch in 20 days. Confirm landing site availability. And your second responsibility will be implementation of Lantern 2's communication systems and integration with the Alabaster's communications. Thanks. Juniper, gotcha. From Pistachio, Lantern to landing site. Hi Canary, just a little update on the landing site selection. I have been going through the topological data with Juniper and Vermilion, and a particular geographical landmark has piqued my interest. There is a large shield rock formation in the planet's northern hemisphere. What's really interesting about it is that it's so massive. It houses multiple different biomes at various altitudes on the structure. As the Lantern's primary directive is the collection of samples for research, this seems like a pretty valuable location. I've attached the coordinates of the landmark for you to have a look yourself. With your approval, I suggest narrowing down the landing site's search locations in close proximity to the landmark. I also suggest naming the landmark. Hi Pistachio, just looked over the data on the landmark yourself. Really good find. I agree that we should continue by only assessing the nearby region for suitable landing location. Pass this on to Juniper so she can begin planning the probe trajectory now we have a reasonable idea of where the Lantern will land. Your suggestion for the landmark's name has been noted and rejected. From Vermilion, we now have 5 cats. It seems that even at the very boundary of the non-universe, life has indeed found a way. Sable has given birth to 4 kittens, all of whom are doing well. They will remain up here in the medbay for the next few days so that I can keep an eye on them. Feel free to visit at your leisure. Vermilion. Marmalade, fantastic news. I'll be up to meet them later. Canary, new kittens, afternoon all. It has recently occurred to me that with the advent of the new kittens, also comes a significant increase in the threat posed to my fish. The new kittens are the responsibility of all crew members, and as such I expect a certain level of vigilance when it comes to their interaction with the other pets on board. Please keep this in mind going forward. Vermilion. Not to worry, Canary. We'll keep a close eye on the kittens for you. Games night. From Juniper, hi all, sorry I forgot to email a reminder last week, but today is games night once again. Usual time, usual place. Invite everyone you know. +1s are totally fine. Just let me know in advance. BYOB. See you all later. The logs are probably going to be the interesting part. Canary keeps relatively extensive logs. Finally, the reason for our presence here. The meat of the mission, so to speak. We began work on a probe that will be deployed on the surface of Arnold. I've allocated every crew member a role in its development, assembly and eventual launch. I'm confident. Although eccentric, the crew are remarkably proficient. It's possible that I don't praise Aubergine enough. He continues to exceed my expectations. His systems work on the data collection array is first class. Sable has given birth. As I anticipated, productivity has taken a nosedive, particularly when it comes to the geographical analysis of Arnold. I won't be too hard on Pistachio. She has consistently provided practical data with unparalleled enthusiasm. It seems as though I am in the minority with regards to the cat situation. For everyone else, it's quite exciting. I reserve my judgment. As long as productivity picks back up, it's of little concern. Games night has once again come to pass. Despite the atmosphere becoming moderately hostile, I managed to remain composed. This was difficult in the light of Aubergine's second victory. It would seem that the nature of his position gives him an inherent advantage. I considered administering a ban on a particular board game. It seems beloved, however, despite the friction it causes. Probe development is well underway. Progress is adequate. At this rate, we're on track to finish several days before launch. Pistachio has discovered an ideal landing site. The navigational planning is done. We simply need to finish up the data collection array, then run stress testing on the probe's hull. It would be regrettable to lose the probe during atmosphere entry. NO3 10 ppm, NO2 0, NH3 0. Nitrogen cycle stabilized. Fish fry doing well. Can't wait to see them grow. Did we have week 5 on Canary? Yeah, I think we do. So that's 1, 2, 3. No, we don't have week 3. 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So we're missing week 3 on Canary. Alright. We could take a look at the cards. So we have MJO here in color, BA, LGT, XY, VPE, RKQ. Somehow I'm not convinced that this is the code. I guess it could be like modulo 16 or something like that. How many colored letters do we have in total? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. This has to be it, right? And I guess by age, I would order them. Likely. So we have 1930, 1958, 38, 47, 64. Did I miss some? Probably. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 64, 47, 38, 58, 58, 30, 55. Wait, Juniper is the youngest. No, but not by a lot. Pistachio is slightly younger. Oh no, Aubergine is way younger, right. Right. Would it be funny if the unnamed Earthman was Aubergine? That would be quite funny. But I think Aubergine says he's from... I don't remember where he's from, but he's not from Earth. Only Marmalade is from Earth. Aside from Vermilion, of course. Initially I thought it could be Vermilion, but we know Vermilion left like recently, and Marmalade left at 13 when the unnamed Earthman left at 19, so it can't be either of them. There is one whose origin is inconclusive, and I think it's Aubergine. But yeah. Yeah, so I think here it has to be like the letters maybe modulo something, right? Or in order or whatever. Let's try. And I think the order is probably going to be date of birth. So let's write down everything and then we can figure it out. Oh, let's see. Slightly more attentive again. Welcome back. So, Juniper. Is from 1955. Did we find the missing crew cards? Yes, we found the final crew card in the bridge. We managed to enter the bridge, finally, where we have found the claws and the augmentations of 3 crew members. But no Juniper to be seen. Although there were yellow, orange, and purple claws. So, yeah. So, currently, we have Million who's dead in his cryosleep pod. We have Canary, whose claws and augmentations were on the bridge. We have Marmalade, whose claws and augmentations were on the bridge. We have Aubergine, whose claws and augmentations were on the bridge. We have Pistachio, whose claws and augmentations were found on the ship earlier. And we have Juniper, who's completely missing. We have no idea where Juniper is. She was saying she would be on the bridge. We entered, she said welcome on the bridge, and we haven't heard back from her since. But no Juniper on the bridge. Although there are 22 anchors on the bridge. So clearly what she's been telling us were like they couldn't access the bridge after setting up the anchors, etc. wasn't true. It wasn't because of the anchors, whatever happened. But yeah, we have found all the crew cards. There are 16 letters that have colors. Wasn't true. So Juniper has MJO, and she's from 1955. We have Million, 1930, who is BA. We have Pistachio, 1958. He is LGT. We have Canary, 1938. He is XY. We have Marmalade, 1947. VPE. These people sure were old if this is set after the 20th century. I think the year is set in 1983. It says Filament Corporation, copyright Filament Corporation 1983. I think that's, or it's around 1983. If it's not exactly that date. And finally we have Aubergine. 1964. But yeah, that's a historical rewrite where, like, we colonized the galaxy far earlier. I think RKQ, probably? Because we already had A. Let me check what A looked like. Yeah, I think it's an R. And that's it. I think the order has to be the age, right? Either younger to older or older to younger. Probably older to younger. Let me check. Actually, maybe younger to older. Alien franchise doesn't do it that much different, looking at their tech when colonizing the galaxy, yeah. I think the colored symbols are the number, the positions. Because there are 16 of them, right? 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, yep. So I think they will cover all the symbols, and yeah. Basically, so I think here we have to wrap around the alphabets, probably. Oops, sorry, I'm hitting my camera with my microphone. I think we have to wrap around the alphabet and match it to numbers. So what I would probably do here would be something like this. 0, 1, 2, 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, A, B, C, D, E, F, and that's gonna be B. Dang it. Oh, interesting. It's not gonna work, right? Because we have both A and Q. So it's not a modulo 16. I was thinking positional encoding modulo 16. Could also be the order of the letters. Right? It could be like first letter is 0, then second is 1. Yeah. But A and Q would both be 0. And we have both A and Q in the code, so it wouldn't work. Oh, you meant a position? Not the content. That's a very good point. That's an excellent point, I hadn't noticed. Yeah, there are 16 numbers per ID. So the position can be like the number and then the letter, the order. I like this idea. Okay. Let's work on that assumption and we work our way through the stuff and we'll see if we have doubles. So, M would be 2. J would be A. And O would be D. Dang it. So 2 AD. We're on the same line here. Let me make sure you have everything in frame. So B and A would be C and F. I should have used a different color, shouldn't I? 2 AD CF. LGT would be 458. And so far so good. X and Y. Would be B and E. No doubles yet. VPE would be 137. And finally, AKQ would be 0, 6, and 9. Okay, yeah, that works. So we just have to put things back in order here. Let's see. So we have... Oh. Hey, that's not gonna work to put them back in order. Maybe in reverse order? But we cannot start with F. Well, that's certainly not gonna work. Unless it's by date. But I don't think so. Let's put them in order and then we can see. So we have F, C, next is G, so 5. Then A, 6, 4, 2, D, 3, 9, 0, 8, 1, B, E, and that's it. Where can I start from? I cannot start from F, I cannot start from E. So this won't work. That cannot be. Then... What if I start from the youngest then? 069, I start by aubergine. And then I work my way up. This one should work. Right? You should be in bed, but you're a sucker for puzzles. Yeah, Kaz would definitely be among the ones to scold me if I missed a stream. So 0, then 6. 9. Oh, by the way, while we have some of you still here, some of the regulars, next stream will be on Tuesday. I won't be streaming on Wednesday, but on Tuesday. Because I will be away on Wednesday. So, 269, who's the next younger? Pistachio, I guess? Yep, pistachio it is. 458. Yeah, that's gonna work, I think. 458. Then we have Juniper, 2 AD. Well, AD. After 55 we have 47, so that's Marmalade next, 137. One, 3, 7. Then we have Canary, 1930. BE. And finally, Vermilion, CF. Yeah, that's gonna be that. Works very well. No? What the? What? What do you mean it doesn't work? Did I make a mistake, chat? Zero, 6, 9. That's correct. 458. 458. Yeah, that's correct. Oh no, 2 AD. No, yes, we do have 2 AD afterwards. 2 AD, that's correct. Then we have 137. 137. BECF. I missed chat. Let me see. You'll be here but late, you have work and an interview after on the way home, so depending on when I start and if you remember headphones, yeah, no problem. No worries. Whether you catch it or not live, you'll always have the opportunity to catch up afterwards. It would be really useful if they displayed the string of numbers you've selected. All the best for the interview. Just to sign with another agency. I see. So... Dang it. Guess might as well exit re-enter. So the code was correct. Oh, we have ads in 1 second. So we'll take a quick break and we'll be back just after the break. And we're back from the ads. We're back, but we don't have a solution. I guess we could try reverse alphabetic, maybe? So like reverse this chain. You work in school via agencies, and last week you only got 1 day work. So you have sided with 2 other agencies. For one they want a reference for the current one, but you need 10 shifts, which would be Thursday of this week. For the other they want a video conference, or you could call in at the office and chat with them. Hey, thank you everybody. Yeah, maybe let's try reverse alphabetic just to see. I don't think it will work, but who knows. So E, B, is that it? Yes, 1. Eight. E. And 0, and here we get into trouble because we haven't had the 4 yet, and yet we have to take it. So this can't be it. Fiddly, but you can see why. Yeah. What else can we do? If it's not by date, I don't think it can be by reverse age, because Vermilion is the oldest and it's CF. Like, we can't start neither by C or by F. They're at the edge of the grid, the far edge of the grid. We cannot go there without touching anything. Maybe... Come on. Okay. ID. Could be the month. Could be the date. You'll notice they're not American. They use a sensible order for their dates. They start with the smallest unit, the days, and the medium unit, the month, and then the large unit, the year. And if there had to be a century indication, it would go after, not in a random order. Anyway. I guess we could do in the order of day. So it would be like aubergine, juniper, then maybe pistachio. Let's try. So aubergine is AKQ. Can we do that? Yeah, we should be able. Not AKQ, sorry. 069. 06. Nine. Then we have Juniper, born on the 6th. Juniper is 2AD. Two. A. E. Then it would be canary, I guess? Yeah. No, pistachio. Did I do pistachio yet? No, I didn't do pistachio. Yeah, pistachio, then canary. So LGT. 458. So where is 4? 4, 5, 8. Then canary. BE. B and an E. Then who do we have? Marmalade and finally Vermilion? Marmalade 137. And Vermilion is, if I remember correctly, C and F. Yep. Nope, that's not it either. Let's try again, but with the order of month then. You thought it would be correct, Flame? Vermilion. The order of month is Vermilion. That can't be. That cannot be. Unless... Okay, bear with me. What if the order of the numbers is reversed in the ID? What if it's if it's F E D C B A 9876543210? You're just surprised we found two combinations that are possible. I think it's relatively likely because of the way this is designed. This is designed in a way where the numbers for each individual are in relatively close proximity. You're glad you don't have to try this? Or you'd probably make a script to sort all kinds of combination of numbers into a table and then try each entry into the table. Color order using the filament logo in the top right. Oh, I like this idea. Can this work? Pistachio. Well, I guess I don't have to look in here. Pistachio. Well, it may help. At least you. 458. Yeah, let's try that. No, you know what? I think we can't. Maybe we can. I think that's not gonna work. Let's try anyway. Uh, 2AD. Yeah, no, that doesn't work. Unfortunately, that was a great idea. But... no. It could be alphabetic order. The place where many people live is the Firmament, not the Filament. The name of the company is the Filament Corporation, yeah. Hey, relative. Just lots of trial and error. You've seen it in bioinformatics, not the best thing to stick to. Yeah, the problem is there's a lot of possible combinations. And without a system, you can, like, in this case we have 16 numbers, right? So without knowing what the system is, your combinatory is pretty much 16 squared. That's not a number of tries you want to have to make. Yeah, the color ID was great. Unfortunately, not correct. What if it's alphabetic order? Canary would be no, aubergine would be first. Yeah, it could be alphabetic order. Yeah, do you really want to try entering the 16 number 256 time? I don't. I know, I don't. It would take hours. So aubergine 069. No, that's a 5. Game needs an API for entering numbers. Then you just automate the game and it would be pointless. It's a puzzle game. The goal is to solve the puzzle, not to brute force it. Yes, I have tried the order of colors on the logo, cause it was a great idea, but it didn't. That's the last one we tried. So 069, then we have Canary BE. That's already failing, isn't it? Because I have to grab A here. Alright. So it's not alphabetic. We have ruled that out. So we have ruled out age, reverse, age, reverse age, day in the year, month in the year, alphabetic, reverse alphabetic, name alphabetic. I guess we can rule out reverse name alphabetic because vermilion would be first and we cannot start neither with C and or F. A reverse order of the colors. Could canary start? B and E, no, neither of them will work, I think. I mean, I can try. I don't think it's gonna work, but no, that's not gonna work because I'm never going to be able to grab that one. So it can't be. What else? At this point, I'm almost tempted to attempt to reverse the order of the letters and reverse the age. So vermilion would be like I guess 0, 3. No, that wouldn't work actually. Vermilion has to be last, pretty much. Interesting. Because C and F are opposite in the grid, right? Because to do CF you have to do that, that means that D and E needs to have been grabbed before. So it means if the numbers we guessed are correct, the positions we guessed are correct, Juniper and Canary have to be before Vermilion. So that automatically excludes the colors. You know, you try things like XOR of the letters and the 3 months letters, but you really hope they don't expect people to come up with something like that. Wait, XOR of the letters and the 3 months letters. I'm not sure what you mean. They don't all have 3 letters, so it couldn't really work, could it? No, like Canary has only 2 letters and Vermilion has only 2 letters, right? Vermilion has C and F and Canary has B and E. Interestingly, with this reasoning, we can also deduce that Aubergine has to be before Juniper. Because 6 needs to be grabbed before we do 2A, right? Unless they're not in order of, like, if we assume, of course, that this is a sequence, that each of them is a sequence, which wouldn't be the case for alphabetic or reverse alphabetic. The order of the months we tried, and it didn't work, unfortunately. We also tried the order of the days in the month. So pretty much anything we could try regarding dates didn't work. I guess we didn't look at reverse month and reverse day. It's a bit desperate though. Canary is DE. And she's December, so she would clearly be the first. We can't start with Canary, so it can't be reversed month. And we can't start with Vermilion, which I believe is the one with the largest day. Yes, he's the 27th. And he's CF, and we cannot start with either C or F. So that doesn't work either. Is there any indication, like on their faces or something like that? Canary looks like she hasn't slept in a year. At least Aubergine doesn't have this problem. since his face is 90% mechanical. Which raises an interesting question, was his face on the floor over there? That's not great. You'll try opening the stream on your laptop and make a screenshot. Wait, I need to check. Was there parts of his face on the floor? I also would like to check for Juniper's belongings. Like, where the fuck is Juniper? What happened to Juniper? These are not terminals, are they? Right, let's see. I don't see anything. We don't have anything followed past the letter R. We have X and Y. Canary is X, Y. The letters. Yeah, that's wild to find people's augments on the floor. Imagine. Just imagine for a second, like... Juniper when she found... Pistachio. That's absolutely terrible. So here we have Pistachio's hands. And her clothes right here. So that's pretty much like where they found her. So... That's Pistachio. What about Juniper? Is she in her room? Do we have any remains of Juniper in her room? Did Juniper have any augments? We don't even know. Honestly. We still have the game here. Made on the Firmament. Pocketbook Wrestlers. Yeah, we have no trace of Juniper. We just do not know what happened to Juniper. What do you mean I just figured this out? Oh, yeah. But my problem... My problem here is that Vermilion is BA, so he would be 1-0. And Aubergine is RKQ, which would be 1A0 if I do modulo 16. So both of them have ones and zeros, and I can't have a letter twice. Well, a pillar twice. So I'm a little bit puzzled by that, because modulo 16 doesn't give me numbers that can work, basically. No, it could be something different. B and E for canary was by taking the positions of the letters and using them as like the position in the ID itself. Right, so you see, where's canary? Right, so you see that the X is, the ID is composed of 16 numbers. So if I say, okay, the first number is 0, yeah, so most of what we did so far was positional. The numbers we associated, because that does work in the sense that it's giving us a unique number per colored letter. So I think it's a pretty good lead to do so positionally. But then the question is, how do we order those positions? And so we've tried a number of things, but none of them worked so far. Marmalade was born 1947. You're a bit concerned because there's 16 colored letter. Yeah, we had several 16 letter codes. Yeah. Like the fans were 16 letters. The one with the achievement one was 16 letters that we did earlier. We've had several of them that covered everything. So that's not surprising. Yeah, so that's Vermilion's body. With Juniper, not from Juniper, saying, I need you now more than ever. We all do, Jay. And like, that's the only cryopod in which we find anything. I could see Juniper. And that's the cipher. Yep, the only body still on the ship. Or at least that we have found. We don't know we don't know about Juniper. We don't know what happened to Juniper. For all we know, she could be on the ship. Since we haven't found her belongings anywhere. Really. Shall we take a break and try this anchor? We're trying to do something clever with the year. But they all come out to the same thing, or three of them do, yeah. Juniper wasn't the captain, she was the navigator. The captain was Swan, but Swan is not on the ship. No, date of birth, yeah. The year of birth, they would come all out. Yeah, and we've tried the year of birth in the order and in reverse order. And in the order you can pass it, but it doesn't work. It doesn't give you anything. But yeah, the captain was Swan. Yeah. We all know that things didn't exactly end up the best with Swan. I could do something like that. No, I couldn't. That wouldn't work. So maybe I start like this. Okay, hear me out. Maybe I start like this. Yeah, that will work, I think. Do we have any info about Swan, or did the crew just all contact with HQ after deciding... Just cut all contact with HQ after deciding to mutiny? We know that after Vermilion died, Juniper sent an email to Swan telling her you're a monster, and Swan answered, I didn't intend to hurt him, I swear. And Juniper answered, you didn't hurt him, you killed him. And after that we have an email from Canary saying, okay, we can assume that our communications are compromised, given the extent of Swan's influence on the ship. So we are going to cut all communications, and Swan, if you're reading this, I hope you pay for this. And that's the last we know of. The only message we know after that, I think, is in Pistachio's email box, and it's an automated message. Oh, interesting. What if I do something like this? No, this wouldn't work. Would this work? Almost. Okay, hang on. No, that still won't work because... Yeah. What if I try on this side? So you presume Swan somehow interfered with the functioning of the ship and that killed Vermilion? Yeah, so the assumption is that Swan locked them out of the bridge. Like she physically closed the bridge and rendered all core systems unresponsive. And that after that, once they tried to enter the escape pods to escape, when Vermilion was inside the escape pod bay, loading up their luggage, she like fired the escape pod because there is burn marks everywhere, and there's a silhouette unburned on the wall, and drag marks of the body on the floor afterwards. So yeah, basically she fired the engines of the escape pods, and that killed Vermilion, quite obviously. You were adding the last numbers together to get a single digit, but 38 is there twice and 47 would all come out as 11, which would make them all 2. Well tried. That was a good try. That was a good attempt. It has to be said. But an unfortunate one. What if I do this? No, that doesn't work. Basically, I could do it the other way if... Let me try again. I thought I had tried already, but maybe I didn't have to try hard enough. No, that doesn't work. Dang it. That will not work. That can't work either. How do I grab these two? How do I even grab these two? I have to come from the top or from the bottom, right? Yeah, I have to either come from the top here and go back to the top, or come from the bottom. But I can't come from the top because I would need to come from the side, and I can't come from the bottom because then I don't have access to this anymore. Oh my god. Um, is there any way I can grab like the right side or whatever? Yeah, that's grim. That is grim indeed. How do I do this? I have to start from the left pretty much. I just have to. Question is how? At the VOD was interested in how Moonbase looks after he told about it. Try to follow as soon as you get some free slots again. Oh yes, the eternal slots problem. Well, it pretty much has to start here then. Because that way I can... I can go this way. Oh, I may have an idea. It would require turning the other way though, which would most definitely mess things up. But let's try anyway. Right. My problem here is I have 3 yellow and 1 blue. So I could go on the other side and grab this, but that wouldn't work, right? And even then, afterwards I would do whatever, and then at the end I would not be able to grab this. Which is an interesting situation to be in. But that does give me an idea, however. The question is there any way I'm able to grab 1 yellow and 1 blue without going through this center stuff? I'm not entirely convinced there is. Other possibility. What if I do that? Right, I could do that. Grab all the blue on this side. Then I could grab this yellow. And still keep access to stuff. Which is an interesting proposal, to say the least. Or I could even go above. And like grab 3 yellows. Grab this. Problem is, how do I grab this yellow now? Oh, I may know. Do I? I may know. Do I? No, maybe I don't. Snuggle SP from bed. Wait, how do I do that? Help. This is hard. This is only the second one. Oh. Okay, what if I grab only 2? Can I? Is that an allowed thing? Not really. That wouldn't work. No, but seriously, can't we just all happily live together forever after? Or something like that? Like, what if I told you that this... Well, the problem here is I could always come reverse here, then maybe grab this one, or whatever, whichever, maybe that one. But I can't go through here. And if I do that, I cannot ever touch this. That's my basic problem here. So how do we get around this conundrum? We have 2 and 2 here. We could always grab like the top pillar by maybe doing 3 and 3 before, but that doesn't solve our problem, our fundamental problem, which is that we rendered the bottom pillar absolutely useless in the process. And this doesn't render the bottom pillar absolutely useless. Can you post a link to a screenshot of Mathcam in case it helps anyone? Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. But no, here I rendered the left blue useless by doing that. So unless I'm specifically coming from the top, which I cannot do unless I actually grab this, which basically means having grabbed all 3 blues here. I can't do this. I cannot. And I can't start with... The easy solution would be to start with this, right? But I obviously cannot. Because I need to have grabbed the colors before. And if I do this, that's well and all, but I can't fit through here either. I tried both sides now. Before I hadn't tried both sides. Check my Discord for possible solution to this puzzle. Let me see. Filament spoilers. So you'd grab all 3 blues. Well, that could work. I like this idea. Let's try. So basically, Flame's proposal is to do what I started here, grab all 3 blues. Then we go above, we touch this yellow. This allows me to... Well, we need to equilibrate, right? So we touch all 3 yellows. I can grab the bottom yellow doing that. And that means now I can grab this pillar. Oh, wait, no. I've just seen what's going wrong with this. I cannot grab this pillar now, because I don't have colors charged anymore. Yeah, that's the whole mechanic. Of this. Though I do like this idea. Can we maybe... do it without grabbing everything? Yes. I do have to grab... either another yellow or another blue, though. Well, both ideally. Can I do this? Then. Right. Then I can go back. And can I... Dang it! Almost. Okay, then we don't come with the trio first. We just go middle. We just go mid. And I can go around this way. I have that right. And then I can go back. You know what? No, I can do that. I am charged. And I just need to go grab the remaining pillars afterwards, right? Which might be a challenge, actually. Can I grab this like this? I don't think I can. Oh no. No, no, let me touch you. Cuddle the pillar. Ah! Okay, maybe let's just try to grab this? No, I cannot. Dang it! This was such a good solution. Why? Okay, we'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. I'm sure we will. Maybe. We may figure it out. I'm sure we will. Oh, wait. I know. I can grab all three. I can. I just need to grab all three here. Although it's easier said than done. Wait, what if I grab this one now? No, I can, right? Wait, no, I can't. Because I can't do this. Dang it. I'm almost there. I can feel it. Okay, what if I... If you go from bottom right to underneath the middle, will that touch the bottom pillar? No. If I go from... like if I go around here and to there, it will not touch this. I have to wrap around and go pull back up. That's the whole conundrum of this. But we're onto something. I'm sure we are onto something. We just need to figure out, like, how exactly. We will. What if we do this? Can I then... is there any way I can... No, I would need a second one. That's interesting. That means I need to have started with this. Okay, okay, okay. Unless I reverse the problem. Right, I grab 2 yellows. Then I grab 2 blues. And then I can go touchy. And then I grab blue, yellow. Yes, that's gonna be it. Then I can go grab the 3 on the other side. Okay, by combining your ID and mine, we did it. Oh no, I missed the ads. I just missed the ads. Ooh, that was hard. That was hard. But we did it. I'm sorry I missed the ads. I just noticed like 10 seconds before the end. Okay. Ooh, this one has only one colored anchor. That's gonna be an interesting one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. So that means I need to start this way, because I'm going to need to touch this and then exit. Yeah. Which would be a doomed proposal if... So basically I just need to grab everything here before I touch the last pillar. Like this is the last thing I do, basically. That sounds fairly doable, actually. If I bounce around this, and then I bounce around this, and then I bounce around this, and then I bounce around this. It's just a good order operation, and that solves everything. Okay. It's very funny how you can have like one puzzle that causes you like huge headaches, and then the other ones are just plain sailing through. So here we have 4 of each pillar, so we need 2 each time. Well, let's try something. I obviously can't get this one, so here I have to get this one pretty much. Then why not? Let's try to grab this. And this, then we can grab this one. Then we can do this. Oh. We cannot do this. I guess we can... No, we lost here. I think we lost. Yeah. Okay, so not like this, not this one. So maybe we grab this, and then we go this way. No. Not possible. Okay. Next try. We grab this, Is it this? And then we just need to grab the remaining ones. That works. That's gonna work. We're good. Yay! You just have to understand the threes that are always a little bit complex. Let's try something. I assume starting like this isn't a bad idea. Maybe something like that? No, okay. So we'd have to have 2 yellows at once. I think that's what this implies. Which is absolutely possible. We just need to have grabbed 2 blues before. Which is totally possible. So if we do something like this, then we can go around the top, grab that, we go back, we grab the yellow. I guess we use the pillar that's left alone in the middle, like a sad little puppy, and then we can go grab the last pillar. Story time. No story? No Juniper? Canary week 9 though. Week 9 is an interesting one if I remember correctly. Isn't week 9 the mutiny? Let's see. Nope. I messed everything up. I missed the order of keys. Okay, so Canary week 9. Let's go home. Yeah, that's a mutiny. Aubergine and I spent the day getting the alabaster ready for travel. It's late now, but if we're all feeling up to it, we're prepped to leave in the morning. Thank you both. Don't mention it. I want to see the back of this place. We all do. What's going on? I'm locked out of everything. Every major system on the alabaster, the entire damn bridge is sealed off. Physically. Physically? Yep, doors are shut tight. What about everything else? Unresponsive, inoperable, inaccessible, take your pick. And this is happening how? Swan, in the case of an emergency, she can probably access the alabaster. I suppose the mutiny qualifies as an emergency. I had no idea it would extend to locking doors and overriding core systems though. And so what? She's just going to keep us here? Well, that is what she wanted. Great. I want to apologize. From Canary to Vermilion. Canary, we should have left Vermilion. As soon as we realized what that thing was, we should have just left. I was just so worried about TFC, about our jobs, about my job. Now we're criminals anyway, and Pistachio is... I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. Vermilion, you can't blame yourself for this, Canary. Where are you? I think you need some company. Canary, my lab. I'm keeping an eye on Arnold. It's the least I can do. I've been monitoring Arnold closely. The high radiation levels started to resurface. Might be a precursor to Pistachio's disappearance. We might want to start to worry. No need to panic, we've been working on something. Spend this evening packing, get a decent amount of rest. I'll give you days in the morning. We're gonna have to use the escape pods. Right. The logs. Entry 9. Swan is a murderer. That's entry 9. Right. Which we know to be true now. We know it's Swan who did this. Because, oh, I should have. Right, week 9. So we have this exchange between Juniper and Swan. Juniper to Swan, you're a monster. Swan, I didn't mean to hurt him, I swear. Juniper, hurt him? He's dead. You killed him. And we know now that this was Vermilion. Unfortunately. So 4, and we have 4 of each. I think we begin with this one. Although I don't know. How about this? No, that can't be. Or like... Yeah, no, I'm assuming it's this one. I'm just slightly perturbed by the fact that... No, we need to grab this before, right? We have no other choice here. Unless we do something like this. That could be a possibility. Then we have blue. Yellow. We are absorbing the color. Then we grab another blue. Then we can't get this yellow. We absorb the color. And then yellow-blue. And we can just get around, absorb the color, and we have a free pillar to turn back. Yep, easy. We have 2 absorbing pillars and 4 of each, so I assume it's 2 and 2 that we're intended to do. We could grab these 2 yellows to start with. A blue and maybe a second blue. Then we could grab the other two blues. Well, no, that won't work. That will not work. We could do this. That kind of would be the easy solution, wouldn't it? But I don't think that's right. Bum. What if we start on the far right? Then we can grab these two yellows easily. Yeah, then that's easy. I can grab these blues. I guess this would work. I guess we can like grab everything first. That would actually help here. Because I can do this, then I can grab the yellow, grab the color, and go out. Okay. We have 4. And so we know that they go 2 by 2. Which is going to be interesting given that we have a U. Uh-huh. That one is not looking very easy. Not gonna lie. Okay, so this doesn't block any path. That's a good start. But then where do I go from there? Especially given that I need to grab the yellow, well, the blue inside the right U, pretty much from the bottom. I guess I could go around this. What if I do that? No, that won't work because of this. Yeah, I need to have both colors, both color charges before then. Oh. Let's see. What if I go there? I mean, yeah, but then what? It doesn't help much. How about this? Now this is anti-helpful. I'm pretty sure this has to be the start. But then that means that pretty much my second one has to be this, right? What if I... Oh, interesting. What if I do that then? Then I can grab blue, yellow, I can grab this color. Okay, yes. Then I can grab this blue. I come back. No. I need to reverse the order of things basically here. I need to go grab a yellow before I go grab this blue. Which is fine. Just because of the walls around it. Wouldn't work otherwise. But we can go grab the yellow, go grab the blue. I like how this line straightens up. No, actually. We are going... No, you know what? Actually, I was right, I think. Can I finish like this? I don't think I can. Just because, yes, I can grab yellow, blue, and then go touchy, but then I cannot go back, right? And if I go here, I cannot grab blue anymore. So the yellow on the top has to stay opened, I think. Pretty much. Yeah. It has to stay open for now. Which means I think I grab this blue, and then I grab the yellow, and then I grab a color, and then I do my stuff. Right, then I can grab both the blue, the yellow, the color, and then I turn around here and I can go out. Yeah, that works. Okay, number 4. We have 3 colored pillars. We have 4 of each color. Interesting. So we can touch. That's not even French. That's just a random word. We can touch 2 blues, 2 yellows. Then we can grab this one. That's a fairly easy one to do. Then we can do that. Then we grab the 3 blue. And the yellow, and the color, and we're out. Easy. Well, easy is always a word you should be careful with. What's easy for one person at one point in time can be very difficult for anybody else. Okay, ID. So we have 2 colored pillars. We have a bunch of each color. What if we do 2 blue, 2 yellow, we grab this. Then we have to go here to grab something. But that's okay, because we can go around, grab 3 blues. So right now we have 1 yellow charge, 3 blue charges. We grab all 3 other yellow charge, the 4th blue charge. We can grab this, we can go out. Yay! And I get an achievement in balance. Complete all of the yin-yang puzzles. And that's another story time. Juniper week 8. 1 AM approaching, yes. Let's read this and we're going to finish for today. After we read this. And we'll be back on Tuesday. So, week 8, Juniper. That's the juicy bits, isn't it? Week 8 is the week Pistachio disappears, I think. From Canary, briefing recap. Hi all, I know things got a little heated this morning. No, that's just after... that's just after... is it? No, that's before Pistachio disappears. Right. Hi all, I know things got a little heated this morning, so that's the meeting where they had found out that the planet was a hologram. So they have just figured out the planet was a hologram. They had some meeting with Swan, who told them to stay put. And so, yeah. But I'd like to thank you all for remaining as composed as you did, considering the circumstances. Whilst our goal is no different, it shouldn't impact anyone's day-to-day too much besides my own. We should have a formal meeting on whether or not the probe is indeed a good idea. I'm concerned that if this thing is manned or has any kind of reactionary AI on board, it might think we're hostile. if we start throwing metal objects at it. Which, spoiler alert, you already did. I understand that morale is a little low, but please keep up the good work, Canary. Marmalade, we can make the most of this. Who knows, maybe we'll even get a pay raise. Canary, no, there's an idea. Pistachio. From Juniper to Pistachio, I wanna get out of here, Pistachio. Having that thing so close to us this whole time creeps me out. I wanna be back on the Firmament. Maybe even visit Earth. You'd come with me, right? Pistachio. Me too, June. Yeah, I'd come with you. Vermilion wants to go back too. We could make a thing of it. June. I'd like that. Pistachio. What are you up to? Juniper. Pretending to work. You? Pistachio. Pruning a few things. Wanna take a coffee break? Juniper. Yeah. Yeah, they're not in good spirits. Say the least. Morning. I know this isn't what any of you want to hear right now, but once again, we've had a sharp increase in the radiation levels being emitted by Arnold. I had been hopeful that the first instance was a singular event, since the levels were very slowly but surely dropping after initially leveling out. This new spike has pushed our ambient readings far beyond where they were before. Given what we know about Arnold, this is obviously concerning. Despite this, I want everyone to keep a cool head. I contact Swan again and ask her to advise us on the situation. Canary. Juniper, and what exactly do you think she's going to do for us? Tell us to sit tight, not worry about it? Canary, yeah, probably. What else do you want me to do? She's our captain. We answer to her. Vermilion. This is bad news indeed. Canary, I would like to speak with everyone at lunch, so that we can discuss this properly. Heads up. June. Pistachio. I'm done. I'm spending my day with you. We're going to hang out and plant flowers or prune trees or something. Got any chill work like that? Pistachio, do you, not have anything to do? Juniper, ship isn't moving anytime soon, is it? Pistachio, no, I guess not. Juniper, cool. I'm all yours. Hey. Juniper, Pistachio. Hey. It's been nice having you in my lab these last few days, June. Look, neither of us really have anything to do today. Wanna just bug off? Carrie's just too busy, she probably won't even notice. Besides, working weekend is garbage. Juniper, yeah, that sounds perfect. Pistachio, can we hang out in your room? The mess is a little conspicuous. Juniper, yeah, absolutely. I'll go smuggle some snacks and stuff in a minute. Pistachio, amazing. Video game pillow fort hideout? Juniper, you read my mind. Canary, positive note. I know it's very early and I'm sorry this wakes any of you, but I wanted to share some good news. Arnold's high radiation output has stopped entirely. If anything, it's less than when we arrived. I have no idea what caused this, but the readings peaked and then dropped like a stone. I thought my instruments were malfunctioning, but no, we're radiation free for the time being. From Vermilion. No, sorry, not from Vermilion. From Juniper. This is a bit confusing, this from, because it's the last message in the thread every time. From Juniper. I can't find Pistachio. She's not responding to my messages either. Marmalade. When did you last see her? Juniper, last night in my room, before she went to bed. I've skimmed through the ship already. This isn't like her. I think something is seriously wrong. Vermilion. Everyone in the living room. No, if she's hurt, we need to find her quickly. Vermilion. Top floor is clear. There's no way she's up there. We've searched every inch. Aubergine, we're almost done with bottom floor. It's not looking good. Juniper, I think I found her hands. Can I? What? Where are you? Marmalade, she's in Pistachio's room. She's throwing up. I think she's in shock. Vermilion, on my way. Entry 8. Things are getting a little insane up here aboard the Alabaster. We learned yesterday that the planet we're orbiting is a hologram, not actually a planet. Is there something inside it? Who knows? I don't like it either way. We had a meeting with Swan this morning, where she confirmed that not only will we remaining here, but that staring at this thing in case it does anything shifty is no our collective job. She's a real piece of work. I don't really know what to make of all of this. Canary is clearly on edge. As she's so good at concealing her emotions, I can't help but feel worried. Well-being status, holographic. I'm scared. I can admit that much. This business with the radiation is getting out of hand. I'm worried it's becoming unsafe. It doesn't bode well if that thing is a ship or a structure or whatever. I joked with Marmalade that we could just leave, become outlaws. Maybe we weren't joking though. Well, if Swan wants us to hang around in an unquestionably dangerous environment, then I'm going to do it on my own terms. Well-being status, apprentice botanist. Yeah. Well, we've cleared a lot of what we had on third floor, at least. That's one more room cleared. Well, two technically. So we've cleared what? 6 anchors today? And I think 7 anchors and maybe 1 environmental puzzle. I don't remember. I don't quite remember. Yeah, no, we did the yin yang puzzle. So we have the ID cards left that we haven't done, and we have the cards left that we haven't done. The playing cards. And in terms of environmental puzzles, oh, and we have, yeah, of course, we have the Elfic card left. And that's it. So that should be like 3 encrypted or like corrupted messages left. That's 1, 2, 3, and there's 2 more. I think there is 2 secret puzzles, probably. So we need to find out what these 2 secret puzzles are at some point. And other than that, Juniper. We have all of Juniper emails. Vermilion, we have... We're missing week 7 of Vermilion. Pistachio, I think we might have everything for Pistachio. Yep, we have everything for Pistachio. We are missing week 3 for Canary. And we're missing week 7 and 8 for Aubergine. And I think we might have everything. No, we're missing week 2 for Marmalade. So we have like 4 or 5 archives left to find. And given that we have, what, 7 anchors left? I mean, 7 regular anchors, I think. Not this. Maybe actually. Is there a room down here? Yes. Right, so we have... this is done. So yeah, we have 1 archive here. 1, 2, 3 archives here. And how many archives here? 1, 2. So we have 6 archives left. And I think that's it. Afterwards, we have all the emails. So I think not much happens afterwards, right? After they decide to cease all communication, that's it. And then it's all just the bridge. Which is gonna be a large bit because we have 22 anchors in there. That's gonna take us a few streams, I think. Hopefully, we start having like storyline again from Juniper once we start solving the bridge stuff. I think probably. It looks like maybe at the end, like when everything's done, like this opens or something. I don't know, I'm curious where this leads, honestly. I don't even know, are we going to like get back the crew members? Are we going to... I imagine we're probably going to understand why Juniper was telling us stuff that wasn't true. What happened to Juniper? I imagine we're going to understand what happened to the crew members in general. Maybe what's this planet? Who's on this planet? I don't know. This is so open-ended. That's great. Like, we're 3/4 through the game and we don't know where we're going. I love it. I absolutely love it. There are so many places it can be leading. It doesn't feel like the end. It doesn't feel like we've understood. And there's so much story to tell yet. I love it. I absolutely love this game. But yes, we should end for tonight. As I mentioned, next stream will be on Tuesday, that's for certain. I'm not entirely sure of my schedule afterwards, but I can guarantee a stream on Tuesday. Hopefully I'll still be able to stream next Sunday, but I'm not 100%. Things are a little bit complicated at the moment. But I will try my best. Yeah, we have a Discord that you can join if you're not part of the Discord. Let me share the link where like you can contribute to solve the puzzles, for example. The ciphers that we've been discussing are both on the Discord, so you can get material there to help you solve them. I think, I don't know, maybe Tuesday or the stream afterwards we'll maybe tackle at least the first of them. I was thinking maybe we would get to that today, but also there's a lot of stuff to do. And there is still a lot of stuff to do, to be fair. So yes, thank you everybody for joining me today. I had a blast, as always, with this game. I love it. I absolutely love it.